Seeking Out My Mother in Another World. By Yu Fujiwara. Volume 11. Gentle Days Go By. Translated by SHM Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 60. The Scenery We Take for Granted. Chapter 60.1. Do Nothing. It's fully spring now. As the season that begins the cycle of the year, it feels like a fresh start. With Sedera's Snowmelt Festival behind us, there's a sense of closure, and the sunny weather has become more noticeable. It's officially April. Winter is already a fond memory, and it might even be time to start considering the rainy season on the horizon. That said, right now, I just want to relax in this warm sunlight. Quah. Bark sniff. Stretching my legs out on the pasture, I gaze up at the sky. Beside me, Chocola curls up and lets out a big yawn. In the distance, I see Pochi lazily grazing on grass. Mint is sprawled across his back, lying face down in a hug as she soaks up the sunlight. Over at the gazebo, Mother and Karen seem to be enjoying tea. I'm not sure if Color-san and the others are visiting today. If they are, they're probably relaxing quietly, as usual. A spring afternoon, with each family member spending their time as they please. Because everyone is absorbed in their own thing, there's no conversation. But that's precisely why it feels so calm and pleasant. Even without words, just being here together, even without knowing exactly what everyone is doing, there's a shared sense of presence. That alone made me happy. Maybe I'll take a nap. Shun. I ruffle Chocola's back as he snuffles softly. He's feeling drowsy too, it seems. Instead of playing, he simply shifts a little, glances at me, then curls up tighter and rests his chin on his neatly folded front paws. April, around this time a year ago, I think, was when I reunited with Mother. Life in this world was beginning to settle down, and we started talking about visiting Sedera. Then G-Liz came to our house. Back then, I wasn't paying attention to the seasons at all. I only realized it was spring because someone mentioned it. I remember thinking, so this world has seasons too. Warm sunlight and a refreshing breeze. The murmurs from beyond the forest, the rustling of leaves, the swaying of trees, and the faint stirrings of animals. As peaceful as it seems, this is still the void forest. Outside the boundaries of our home, where we can't see, there are likely constant struggles for survival, creatures preying and being preyed upon. Yet, unlike a year ago, no beasts venture near our home now. The only occasional visitors are birds or flying creatures like wyverns passing overhead. Come to think of it, a wyvern once stole my ball, didn't it? I wonder if that one's still alive. Did it feel disappointed when it realized the thing it snatched wasn't food? As my thoughts drifted along these lines, my consciousness slowly sank, like descending into the depths of a quiet lake. Section. Hey, Sway. Wake up, time. Oh, Mint. How much time had passed, I wondered. When Mint shook me awake, I opened my eyes to find the sun had dipped low, painting the western sky a deep red. Stretching my arms, I sat up. Sleeping on the ground had left me feeling a bit stiff. Sway, sleep like log. So Karen said you rest. We played there. I see, you both were being considerate. Mint, you're so thoughtful. When I patted her head, she puffed out her chest proudly with a little mufu. But Mother said you wake up. Ain't any, Sway, sleep long day, won't sleep night. You're absolutely right. Thanks for waking me up, Mint. I gave her another pat, and she beamed even more, her chest puffed out in satisfaction. Where's Chocola, by the way? Over there. Chocola, come. Bark. Chocola, who had been sniffing around near Pochi, perked up and came running toward us. Mint braced herself and caught his leaping form with ease. Even though she was just a child, her enhanced strength made catching a large dog no problem at all. Wait a second, Mint. Did you grow taller? What? Come over here for a moment. Something about her size compared to Chocola seemed different from what I remembered. Curious, I lifted Mint into my arms. Ah, I knew it. When I held her before, her eye level wasn't quite this high. Maybe I should start keeping track of your height. Keeping track? Yeah, Mint's growing little by little, becoming an adult. I had no idea how Alron matured. She might grow to appear our age within a few years, or perhaps she'd take decades to grow slowly. With her earth element magic allowing her to alter her body, predicting her development was even harder. But, if her height was already changing, it meant she wouldn't stay a child forever. Even the food you can eat has been expanding, hasn't it? When you were just born, you couldn't handle anything salty, but now you're fine with not just salty stuff but even spicy food. Spicy? Curry? Like. Alright then, maybe we'll have curry for dinner. As we chatted, I lifted Mint and shifted her onto my shoulders for a piggyback ride. Wow, so high. I need to get dinner ready. Will you help me, Mint? Helping? Mint, do it. Someday, Mint will grow even bigger. Shoulder rides might become impractical, and at most, I'll only be able to carry her on my back. Eventually, she might even find being carried embarrassing altogether. Thinking about that made me a little sad, but at the same time, I couldn't help but look forward to watching her grow. I didn't do much of anything today. Sway, took nap, right? Yeah, that's true. I did nap. What did you do, Mint? Mint. Mint hugged Pochi, warm and cozy. Pochi's hard, but warm, you know? Feels so nice. I see. Maybe I'll try it sometime. Even if I spent my day aimlessly, Mint absorbs everything around her, stacking each experience and growing steadily. This spring, then the rainy season, summer, autumn, and another winter. Hearing the laughter of the child perched on my shoulders, I found myself imagining the future. At the same time, I was getting excited about deciding what to put in tonight's curry. Chapter 60.2, as usual. Spending a few days doing absolutely nothing seems to have reset something inside me. The world crisis in the elf nation of Alfheim, the situations with Alice-san, Color-san, and the others, Father's first death anniversary, and the whole mess with Karen and Dolce-san's forced engagement, it seems I was more mentally drained from it all than I had realized. It felt like my mind had been stuck in serious mode, unconsciously tightening some string of tension within me. But now, after returning home, enjoying the Snowmelt Festival in Sidera, and settling into a calm daily routine, both my mind and heart feel unwound. It's as if I've finally moved past the finally, it's all over feeling, and everything inside has returned to neutral. So, with this newly neutral state of mind, I decided to give it a little boost by taking Chocola and Mint out for some spring foraging. Spring's all about wild vegetables, right? Bark. You. They both responded enthusiastically, though I doubted either of them really understood. Especially Chocola. We ventured into the forest, carefully scanning the ground for plants. Alongside wild vegetables, I also gathered any edible wild herbs I spotted. In a sunny patch of grass, I found a cluster of young shoots, their tips curled and bearing a familiar appearance reminiscent of ferns back in Japan. Oh, could these be warabai? They don't have the fine hairs of zenmai, so it's probably not that. Mint, does this have any poison? Poison, yep. Don't eat lots of it. Alright, let's pick some. But poisonous? Mint gave me a puzzled look. Young warabai shoots are naturally toxic. In Japan, we'd process them to remove the toxins before eating. If this is a similar species, I'd like to give it a try. Once we get home and process it, could you check for poison again? Poison disappears. Like butterbur flower stalks last time? Exactly. You remembered that, right? Well, we won't know for sure until we try. Mint's fascination with the idea of neutralizing poison was clear on her face, her curiosity brimming as we continued gathering the plants. Chocola, meanwhile, was more interested in chasing bugs, his tail wagging furiously as he darted about. Spring had truly arrived, and with it, the quiet joys of days spent reconnecting with nature. The flora and fauna of this other world are incredibly diverse. There are species almost identical to those on Earth, ones that look slightly different but are fundamentally similar, ones that appear similar but are entirely different, and those that don't exist on Earth at all. In total, it's not such a chaotic mishmash as to make no sense, but it's enough to make you immediately realize, this definitely isn't Earth. This environment is likely influenced by the boundary fusion phenomenon. That's what Four Seasons San once told me. According to him, in the past, during repeated instances of boundary fusion, Earth's flora and fauna likely flowed into this world, intermingled, and eventually settled here. Additionally, during the Great World Alteration 2,000 years ago, species resembling those on Earth may have been reshaped to align even more closely with Earth's counterparts. Take the cows raised in Sidera, for example. They're nearly indistinguishable from Earth's cattle. Of course, there are also wild cows with bizarre appearances or even classified as magical beasts. This resemblance is even more pronounced in plants. Tomatoes, oranges, and other species are so similar that you could confidently declare, this is exactly the same. Oh, is this? The shrub I just stumbled upon might be one of those. Its trunk is covered with sharp thorns. The leaves have all fallen, but at the tips of its branches, clusters of green buds peek out. Once they grow, the branches should develop pointed, rounded leaves that align symmetrically, giving the whole thing the silhouette of a tengu fan, similar to lamprey leaf. I'm pretty sure this is the same as what we have on Earth. Cod sprouts. Cod. It's called the king of wild vegetables. Mint. Does this have any poison? Little poison. When you eat, throat feels scratchy and tight. Oxalic acid. Like with warabai, I think we can remove it by soaking it to get rid of the bitterness. Scratchy feeling goes away. Some of the bitterness might stay, but let's process it first and have you check it again, just to be safe. Sway, amazing, can take away poison, and fun to walk forest with you because know all sorts of interesting things. Mint's eyes sparkled as she spoke, her enthusiasm as vivid as the budding greenery around us. I gently patted Mint's head, wrapped snugly around my waist, and held her small hand. Walking side by side with her, her face brimming with excitement, we ventured deeper into the forest, gathering a variety of wild vegetables along the way. Before long, as we walked, bark. Chocola barked sharply and dashed into the underbrush. What is it? Did you find a rabbit or something? Bark, bark. For a few seconds, Chocola rustled around in the leaves, and then he poked his head out, something clutched in his mouth. It was a deer antler. Wow. Antler. Impressive. This one's from a fully grown deer. Bark. Grr. The antler, long and branched, had a kind of sculptural beauty. It was the kind of object to stir the imagination of any boy, resembling something like the legendary seven-branched sword. It's not from a corpse, is it? Could be a shed antler. Spring is when they're supposed to molt. Shed antler? What's that? Deer shed their antlers periodically. Maybe the deer here have a longer cycle, but if it's lying around in this season, it's probably the same as back on Earth, about once a year. Shed them. Deer right now don't antlers? Exactly. The bucks should be without antlers for now. If we ever catch one while hunting, let's take a closer look. Antler size and shape change with the seasons, so it'd be fun to compare them every time we find one. Cool. Wanna try? Mint's curiosity seemed thoroughly piqued. She eagerly patted and tugged at the antler Chocola was holding. That's your treat, isn't it, Chocola? Bark, snuff. Unlike the sticks he usually picked up on walks, which he carried proudly in his mouth, Chocola placed the antler on the ground and began gnawing on it enthusiastically. The texture must have been just right to satisfy him. They don't sell bone chews in this world, after all. Once we're home, I'll cut it into a more manageable length for you. Hand it over for now. Growl. Bark. Chocola resisted, whining that he wasn't done yet, but I managed to talk him into surrendering the antler. I tossed it into the basket I was carrying on my back. There might be another one nearby. Why don't you look around? Bark. I searched too. Mint and Chocola were already off, brimming with energy. All right, I'll wait here. Don't wander too far, okay? I'll call you back when it's time. Okay. Bark. As I watched their backs disappear into the brush, their tails, or in Mint's case, her lively steps, wagging, I couldn't help but smile. Chapter 60.3, After Lunch. This tempura is delicious. It has such a fragrant aroma and a subtle bitterness to it. Vile-sama, try this ohitashi next. I made it myself. Oh my, all by yourself, Karen? Without Sway's help? That's impressive. Not just me. Mint helped too. Right, Mint. You. Mother, Mint sprinkled sesame seeds on ohitashi. Well, well. In that case, I'll savor every bite. After returning home, it was time for lunch. We had gathered plenty of wild vegetables, taranome, warabai, and even butterbur. Remembering the butterbur buds I'd spotted in winter, I revisited the same spot and found the butterbur plants flourishing. With all these ingredients, we decided to cook up a feast: tempura, ohitashi, and simmered dishes. The menu featured wild vegetable tempura, warabai ohitashi, and simmered butterbur. For a touch of protein, we fried some tri-hand bird breast meat as well. The tempura was served with dipping sauce and seasoned salts, infused with flavors like chili and ginger for variety. It was a luxurious spread, the kind only a family living close to nature could enjoy. Everyone seemed to relish the food, their satisfied expressions a testament to the flavors. Sway, amazing. Poison, gone. I'm glad the preparation worked. It's almost identical to the ones from Earth. The oxalic acid in taranome and butterbur was easy to remove by cooking, but the toxic compounds in warabai required a more meticulous approach. Normally, you'd soak them in hot water with baking soda for half a day, but since I wasn't entirely sure if the warabai here could be treated the same way, I resorted to a bit of magic to speed up the process. It worked like a charm, literally, and our efforts were not in vain. By the way, Mother, this simmered dish is made from the butterbur we used for ohitashi back in winter. Oh really? Now that you mention it, the flavor does seem familiar. I couldn't eat it back then, it was too bitter. But this one is delicious. Mint, ohitashi, I like it too. Maybe it's extra tasty because Mint sprinkled the sesame seeds. Ahihi. Chocola's got a great chew toy now too. Today's been a huge success. Bark. Chocola was happily gnawing on the deer Antler. Normally, he had 2 meals a day, with lunch often being just some milk. But today, his focus was entirely on his new treasure. Given that the deer lived deep within the void forest, their antlers were incredibly durable. Of course, they wouldn't stand a chance against our full strength, and Chocola could easily crush them if he really wanted to. But it seemed he preferred savoring the challenge, avoiding using any body-enhancing magic to prolong the experience. Let me know when it gets too worn out, and I'll replace it for you. Bark. The antler had already been cut to a suitable size for Chocola to chew on. After our foraging trip, Mint managed to find the other antler as well, so we had plenty in reserve. Maybe we should go searching again tomorrow while we can. Bark. You're full of energy. This past year, we've hunted our fair share of deer. Even in early autumn, we managed to take down a buck with reasonably grown antlers. But it never occurred to me that those antlers could become chew toys for Chocola. So, we ended up burying them along with the bones. Having lived in this forest for a year, I had vaguely assumed the second year would go much the same. In fact, I figured we'd get even better at it. But I was wrong. There's still so much we don't know, so many experiences we haven't had yet. And it's not just about the forest or nature, sometimes it's about the family, like discovering a new side of Chocola. Hey, Sway, these taranome sprouts, is it? Have we used them all for frying? Nope, we've still got about half left. If everyone liked them, we could use them for dinner too. Maybe make simmered taranome, wrap them in meat, or stir-fry them with miso. Lots of options. Oh, good. I'd love to have more of this tonight. Viol-sama. Is that because it'd go well with some sake? And not at all. Mother's evasive reply earned her a knowing look from Karen. Sway, thanks for the food. Delicious. Poachy play now? Did you wipe your mouth properly? Alright, go ahead. You. Chocola, come too? Bark. Mint sprang to her feet, calling out to Chocola. He promptly got up to follow her outside into the yard. After confirming everyone's plates were empty, I stood up as well. Thanks for the meal. Guess I'll handle the cleanup now. Chocola, wait. Poachy play, hold. Mint to help. Mint, who was halfway out of the living room, came to an abrupt stop and spun around to face me. I'll wash. Thanks, Mint. You're such a good helper. Hee hee. I ruffled her hair, and she narrowed her eyes happily, puffing her lips in pride. Chocola, sitting obediently near the hallway, seemed to wait patiently for her. All right, Mint, let's do it together. Sway, you just sit back and relax. Oh no, Vile-sama, that's unfair. I'll wash dishes with Mint too. Thanks. I'll leave it to the three of you, then. I sank back into the sofa as Karen and Mint stacked the dishes and carried them to the kitchen. Mother waited there, sponge and detergent in hand, ready to take over. Hey, Chocola, you want to help too? Bark. Chocola tilted his head slightly at my teasing and then resumed sitting quietly. Watching him, I let myself relax, surrounded by the lively sounds of my family cleaning up. It reminded me of my life back in Japan. I wondered if father felt like this when I used to help with the dishes after dinner. Mother, look. Dishes, shiny. Thank you, sweetie. All right, let's rinse it next. After rinsing, hand it to me. I'll put it in the drying rack. Mint, Mother, and Karen were all thoroughly enjoying themselves. So, I stayed on the sofa, letting their cheerful voices and the sound of clinking dishes wash over me. Chapter 60.4 Let's Make Snacks. A peaceful afternoon had cast a calm, relaxing air over the Hateno household. The sound of Mint playing outside with Chocola and Pochi. The faint rustle of pages as Mother read her book. And Karen, sprawled lazily across the sofa, fiddling idly with my hand. Wait. Karen. She was pinching my index finger, stroking my nails, and bending my knuckles back and forth. Was this fun for her? This felt like the kind of thing someone does when they're bored out of their mind. Karen, are you bored? You could put it that way. So, you're bored. It's fine. I'm keeping myself entertained by bending and stretching your joints. You're definitely bored. I watched Mother's face as she focused on her book. I let Karen continue playing with my fingers while listening to Mint's cheerful voice from outside. The weather had warmed up enough for us to leave the sliding doors open with only the screen door in place, letting the sounds of her laughter filter in with just a bit of enhanced hearing. Chocola, watch. I'm gonna somersault. Bark. Forward first, then roll back. Bark. It sounded like they were having a heartwarming moment. Knowing Mint, she'd probably end up somersaulting 10 meters straight. Mint's got so much energy. Meanwhile, Karen barely managed a half-hearted reply as she continued bending and unbending my fingers. She was thoroughly relaxed, if not completely lethargic. A day of doing nothing isn't bad in itself, but this level of idleness might dull both body and mind. I gently grabbed Karen's hand in return, giving it a couple of light pats. She tilted her head up to look at me, and I smiled. If you're that bored, why don't we make a snack together? Section. Ready. Bring it on. A few minutes later, the mere mention of snacks had brought Karen to life. She now stood in the kitchen, apron on, full of enthusiasm. What kind of snack are we making? I want something sweet. Wow, you're predictable. Sway, Karen, work hard. Now you're even imitating Mint. She was clearly taking advantage of Mint being outside to try out her antics. I've got some souvenirs we brought back from Alfheim. I was thinking we could use those. I took out 2 leather pouches from the cupboard. Each one contained a type of powder. Are those the souvenirs? Yeah. This one is cornmeal, and this one is cornstarch. Is there a difference? This one's yellow, and that one's white. Cornmeal is ground dried corn. Cornstarch, on the other hand, is processed to extract just the starch from the corn. They have different flavors and uses. The elves of Alfheim had also given me other grains like millet and foxtail millet. I had plans for separate recipes using those. But today, I decided to make a snack using corn. We could use the cornmeal for cookies or snacks, but that would require cooking and might be a bit too much work. Let's stick with cornstarch for today. For today. Does that mean there'll be something different tomorrow or later? That's exciting. I nodded to Karen. Exciting. That was exactly how I felt, too. Because it's starch. Cornstarch is incredibly versatile. Lately, I've been flipping through dessert recipe books before bed, and I'm amazed at how often the word cornstarch appears in the ingredient lists. As I poured the white powder from one of the leather pouches into a bowl, I spoke. You know, Cornstarch can be substituted with potato starch, flour, or gelatin. In fact, here in this world, it seems like only Alfheim really has it. Corn itself isn't widely consumed as food for humans, after all. Yeah, I've heard it's mostly used as livestock feed. That might explain its bad reputation. But look at this. The cornstarch in the bowl gleamed pure white. It's beautiful, Karen murmured, her voice full of wonder. The sheer whiteness of the powder reflected the high level of refinement. I don't know much about the process they use to extract starch from corn, but it's so fine and white. I'm sure the elves of Alfheim take great care when making this. Elves are fundamentally meticulous. They really put effort into their work. They don't do things haphazardly. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be true. Is it in their Japanese blood? From behind, I heard Mother's voice. At some point, she had closed her book and was now looking at us with a cheerful expression. Your father was meticulous too. Like when folding the laundry. He'd always scold me, telling me to do it properly. He'd say, if you don't, you'll end up wearing wrinkled clothes. Come to think of it, Father handled all the laundry and clothing back in Japan. He always folded shirts so neatly. See? Trying to keep up with him motivated me to do better, and before I knew it, I couldn't stand folding things sloppily either. Don't you think you might have inherited some of that from your father, Suekuen? Well, there are plenty of easygoing Japanese people, but maybe we do have a tendency to be detail-oriented. Trains back in Japan were always so punctual compared to other countries, for example. As a race descended from Japanese, perhaps the elves had inherited that same mindset. In any case, it'd be nice if something as high quality as this became more widespread in the world. After all, Alfheim is planning to engage more actively with other nations on the surface in the future. Of course, that wasn't something I could influence. If cornstarch became more popular, for instance, it might lower the demand for potato starch, causing some people to lose their income or even their jobs. I didn't want to meddle in those matters or take sides. That was something for the people involved to address and resolve. Still, it felt a bit sad that such a great product was being overlooked. So at the very least, I wanted to use it in my cooking and enjoy it as much as I could. So, Sway, what kind of snack are we making? Karen, evidently excited about using a product from her homeland, asked with a hint of anticipation. I nodded and replied, it's called blancmange, a type of pudding. It's pure white and beautiful, the perfect match for this cornstarch. Chapter 60.5, it's a white, sweet treat. Blancmange is a dessert whose name means white food in French. Originating somewhere in the Middle East, it later made its way to France and eventually spread across the globe. To put it very simply, it's milk-flavored and set into a solid form. In France, it's traditionally made by adding almond flavoring and using gelatin as the thickening agent. However, there's also a variation known as the English style, which uses cornstarch instead of gelatin. Why cornstarch? It's said to provide a better texture due to its lower stickiness and creates a purer white finish compared to other thickeners. Though, to be honest, this is just something I picked up from the edge of a recipe book. The finer details are beyond me. In any case, as its name suggests, the dessert is characterized by its pure white color. Given how exceptionally white the cornstarch refined by the elves is, I thought blancmange would be the perfect recipe to showcase it. First, we'll mix cornstarch with powdered sugar and dissolve it in milk. I'll do the stirring. Leave it to me. Make sure to mix thoroughly so it doesn't clump. Following my instructions, Karen and I worked together on the preparation. Looks good. Next, we'll add more warmed milk and heat it on the stove. I turned on the induction cooker and handed the stirring duties over to Karen while I took the spatula. Carefully heating the mixture, I continued to stir and smooth it out. Once it's heated through, we'll pour it into molds and let it cool. That's it. We'd leave it to cool until the residual heat dissipated, then have Mother use her magic to chill it completely. Now, let's make the sauce while we're at it. We'll use cornstarch for this too. It's almost the same method as earlier, so why don't you try it this time, Karen? All right. Just give me instructions. We mixed some pre-made bloodberry jam with water and heated it. Once it started boiling, We added cornstarch dissolved in water and stirred thoroughly. This won't set like the blancmange. No, we've diluted the cornstarch quite a bit. It'll end up with a consistency similar to the sauce made with potato starch. One of cornstarch's key characteristics is its stability. It maintains its thickness even at lower temperatures. Potato starch, on the other hand, loses its viscosity when it cools. This makes cornstarch particularly useful for cold dishes like this. Well, anyway, once Mother used her magic to chill it, we unmolded the blancmange, placed it on plates, and drizzled the sauce around it. And just like that, our blancmange was complete. Karen, could you call Mint and Chocola? Let them know it's snack time. Section. White and beautiful. This, we eat. It's cute, why eat? It really does look like snow. Foo foo foo. Mint, who had just returned from the garden, let out a gasp of admiration as she gazed at the blancmange. Mother nodded with a warm smile, and Karen looked quite pleased with herself. And for you, it's milk. Bark. I filled Chocola's bowl with milk as well. Sitting obediently, he stared at me with an eager expression, practically vibrating with anticipation. Our dog is well trained when it comes to waiting, though the pressure he radiates silently urging me to say go ahead is immense. All right then, let's eat. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Bark. As Chocola dipped his tongue into the milk, the rest of us picked up our spoons. Scooping up a bite of blancmange, I swirled it in the sauce before taking a taste. Phew. Delicious. Indeed. This texture. It's incredible. Yeah, it turned out great. Smooth and creamy, with a refreshing chill and a gentle sweetness, the blancmange melted in my mouth. As it dissolved, the flavors of milk and the fragrant berry sauce unfurled, leaving a lingering richness. Even after swallowing, the velvety sauce extended the experience, filling my senses with delight. The bloodberry sauce was definitely the right choice. Bloodberries, a type of berry found in this world, are known for their vibrant red flesh, as their name suggests. Though highly aromatic, they're intensely tart and prone to spoiling quickly, making them unsuitable for eating raw. However, they're perfect for jams. In Sidera, it's common to harvest large quantities in summer, preserve them as jam, and enjoy them as a winter treat. We had some stocked at home, and since it was about time to use them up, I'd chosen them for the sauce, and they paired wonderfully with the blancmange. The texture is quite different from jelly or pudding. It's refreshing yet rich, as though it seeps into not just your body but your very soul. It's delicious, but it feels mysterious. I want to savor it slowly. Mother and Mint both shared their impressions. Sway, delicious. Thank you. And Karen. With a proud yet joyful expression, she smiled warmly at me. To be honest, I never really liked corn. The continent relies on wheat as a staple, so I never understood why Alfheim insisted on eating something like that. I thought it was just another example of the elves' reclusive tendencies, rejecting imported goods and outside cultures. Karen scooped up another bite of blancmange, savoring it as she closed her eyes to enjoy the lingering flavors. But then I thought about what you said, Sway, about the technique to refine cornstarch into something so pure, so white. About the people who accomplished that. And about how it led to something this beautiful and delicious. It's made from corn, and yet it's incredible. For the first time, I feel a little proud to be an elf. You know, this smooth texture wouldn't be possible without carefully dissolving the cornstarch. So this is thanks to you, too, Karen. I took a spoonful of my blancmange and gently held it out toward Karen's lips. Here, say ah. It was payback for what she'd done during the recent snowmelt incident. Realizing this, Karen's face turned bright red in an instant. But soon, her expression softened into one of joy, and she leaned in to bite the offered spoon with a quiet nom. Mother, Mint wants do too. Do the ra thing. Ara. Then after that, it'll be your turn to feed me, Mint. Whoa. Yay. While Karen and I exchanged embarrassed smiles, Mother and Mint began feeding each other with happy giggles. Bark. Yawn. Having finished his milk, Chocola curled up contentedly and let out a big yawn. It was an ordinary afternoon, nothing special, yet so peaceful and full of happiness. One of those moments destined to repeat endlessly, but precious for that very reason. The scene felt just like the lingering taste of milk dissolving in my mouth, accompanied by the soft, sweet notes of the berry sauce. Chapter 61. Sometimes we go out on the town. Chapter 61.1. Let's go on a date. Foo foo foo, foo foo foofin. A cheerful hum came from beside me, accompanied by the gentle sway of the hand holding mine. Our pace was relaxed, yet our steps were light and buoyant. I glanced at the person beside me, whose hand held mine, and spoke. This is kind of embarrassing. Error. It's nice to do this once in a while, isn't it? That person. Mother replied with a radiant smile, completely unbothered by her son's embarrassment. Section. The streets of Sidera. That day, Mother, Chocola, and I were walking down the main thoroughfare, 2 humans and 1 dog. It all started with something trivial. A novel Mother had ordered from the royal capital had finally arrived in Sidera, and she needed to pick it up. Meanwhile, I wanted to do some shopping for supplies, so we ended up going into town together. Then, out of the blue, Mother casually remarked, "Today's a date with Suekuan." From there, she became increasingly enthusiastic about her own words, grabbed my hand, and started walking. And now, here we were. No, actually, this is more than just a little embarrassing. I was almost 20 years old, and yet here I was, being led by my mother through town. And not just any town. This was the main street, bustling with people, some of whom, naturally, were acquaintances of ours. "Oh, Sui-san. Out with your mother today?" "Haha, yeah, something like that. The way you two are walking, you look more like a couple or newlyweds. Better watch out for Karen-san getting mad at ya." "Yeah, I'll be careful. Look, it's Hatano-san. Isn't that heavenly Belsama with him?" "Wow, it really is. It's rare to see them alone together. They seem so close for a parent and child. From afar like this, it's just heartwarming to see." No one outright mocked us, but there was plenty of teasing and whispers from a distance. And yes, I could hear all of it. What must we look like to everyone else? Especially since Mother, with her youthful appearance, looking no older than her early 20s, didn't exactly scream Mother standing next to me. Bark. "Oh, it's nothing." Chocola, walking alongside us, looked up at me curiously. I waved my hand in front of him, and he playfully leapt up before circling around us. Mother tugged at my hand. "Suekuan, look over there. That stall, it's selling dried fruits. Do you remember how Mint loved their apricots during the Snowmelt Festival?" She kept asking for more. Ah, the shop Mint was so excited about. I stop by there occasionally myself. "Let's take a look, shall we? If they're open, it means they still have stock." "Good idea. Let's pick up something for Mint as a souvenir." As we resumed walking, chatting about such things, I suddenly noticed. Mother narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing into the distance, and murmured, "I'm sorry. Being clung to by your mother like this, at your age, it must be embarrassing, right? But would you indulge your mother's selfishness, just this once?" I didn't know why Mother had suddenly decided to call this a date. But her words made me realize something. I didn't know the exact reason or motivation, but surely, she must have always wanted to do this with me. Maybe seeing me and Karen being playful together made her feel envious. Maybe seeing how I'd grown, reminding her of father, stirred that feeling even more. Or maybe she simply wanted to make up for the lost time with her son. Perhaps she just wanted to hold my hand and walk with me, as she did when I was a child. Or maybe, mothers don't need a reason to want to hold their son's hand. It was embarrassing, yes. I was self-conscious about the stares. And I did think, I'm too old for this now. But you know what? That's okay. None of that really matters. Every once in a while, this is fine. You ate some too, right? Which fruit did you like the most? I smiled and squeezed her hand back. Suekuan, if there's any of the one you thought was delicious left, feed it to me. Come on, let's go. Mother. After blinking in surprise, she hesitated for just a moment, but then she smiled radiantly, looking so happy, and nodded. Let's see. I really liked the pear. It was gently sweet, with the water content removed without using sugar. Today, let your mother treat you. All right, thank you. I lifted my head. I no longer felt embarrassed, wasn't worried about the stares, and didn't care about my age. Because, after all, we're family. Section. With a bundle of dried fruits in hand, we made our way to the Royal Academy of Magic. Sidera branch, our destination. The one to greet us was Grandma Seriland, who chuckled wryly as she said, "Eating while walking is so improper, you know." But when we were shown into the parlor and served tea, the dried fruits became a perfect compliment, forcing her to surrender with a smile. The three of us sat around the table, enjoying a lively chat. As for Chocola, who couldn't eat dried fruits, he had been sulking, but a bowl of milk soon had him back in good spirits. By the way, I hear that Princess Unia is interested in visiting Sidera. The daughter of Fauncha. The name Grandma mentioned was unfamiliar to me. When you say Princess Unia, she is the first princess of our kingdom. The elder sister of Prince Nope. Someone that important wants to come here? Why? The princess is renowned as an extraordinary gourmet. Her refined palate is so sharp that any restaurant she praises is assured of success. That's amazing. When I showed my surprise, Grandma let out a sigh. Don't act like it's someone else's business. The one Her Highness is interested in is your cooking, Sway. What? Ha! Apparently, dishes like consomme, sesame tofu, the Noah's night cloud, starlin, and even the curry parmesan had told her about all the unusual foods that had traveled from Sidera to the royal capital, had greatly delighted and fascinated Princess Unia. It seems she's now determined to visit the source of these delicacies herself. Now that she mentions it. Yeah, all of those were made by me. For now, it seems the king and queen have managed to dissuade her, but she might come under the guise of an official inspection soon. Viol, what do you think? When Grandma asked, Mother kept her smile but sharpened her demeanor. Please let them know that we're not prepared to host royalty. Suekuan, you're fine with that too, right? Yeah, let's go with that. Even I understood the subtext of what she was saying. So, in other words, she'd be welcome if she comes as Noah's older sister, right? Yes, of course. I've known Uni since she was a child. I couldn't meet her last year during the chaos of my visit to the capital, so I'd love to catch up over a leisurely meal. This was Mother being considerate. I understood too. I didn't want to get entangled in national politics, but at the same time, I couldn't just live out my life in this small, confined space. While it wasn't necessary to set out on a grand adventure around the world, expanding my social circle and gaining new perspectives was still essential. After all, I have a complicated position in this world. I'm the son of the Viscount Hateno family, the child of the Heavenly Bell Witch, a relative of the royal family, and on top of that, someone with pretty ridiculous magical power. I've even helped resolve some of Alfheim's national issues. Someone like me needs to navigate this world carefully. I need to strike a balance in many things. Keep my distance where necessary, gain experience where it's needed, and avoid tripping over careless mistakes. That's how I have to live. And Mother is helping me do that. From the shadows and the spotlight alike, she protects me and pushes me forward. What is it, Suekuan? Why are you staring at me like that? It's nothing. I was just thinking how Princess Unia must admire you as much as Noah does. What's this all of a sudden? Don't worry, I'm your mother. I'll always be here for you. Perhaps thinking I was jealous of the princess, Mother tilted her head playfully and kissed my hair. As I accepted her gesture, I found myself thinking that it might be okay to rely on her a little longer. Perhaps it's precisely because she had grown through so many experiences that she can now pamper him without hesitation. Chapter 61.2. Shall we chill the sweets? After Mother finished her errands, it was my turn to shop. Everyday goods, food, and small consumables. I stuffed everything that could fit into my backpack and arranged for delivery of the bulkier items, like milk cans. For an additional fee, they'd deliver it all the way to the outskirts of town, specifically to Gila's place. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. In fact, it's great for us. The extra delivery fee helps, and the apprentices practically fight over the chance to meet the dragons. The shopkeeper, a large man who ran a dairy shop, chuckled as he spoke. Besides, Sway-san comes up with all kinds of cakes and sweets, don't you? Dairy farming is a big industry here in Sidera. Just having you around makes everyone happy, from the farmers to the cafe owners, even down to my apprentices. To contribute to Sidera's economy, I tried to buy dairy products locally instead of relying on the Dragon's Village. Over there, I'd mostly be taking what the Lamia-sans shared. Well, I'll count on you again. Sure thing. Always a pleasure. The shopkeeper waved vigorously, his round belly shaking as he saw us off. Speaking of cakes, there's only one errand left, Skylark Pavilion, right? Yeah. I promised Tomo-san I'd teach her the recipe for blancmange. As we walked, Mother asked me, bark, wuff. Hearing the mention of Skylark Pavilion, Chocola began bouncing around my legs. You still want milk? Bark, bark, bark. Ah, so Tomo-san's is a special treat. Foo-foo. Like Suekuin and Karen, Chocola's still growing, after all. Bark. Hard to believe I once thought you were an old grandpa. Feels like ages ago now. Kuan. Thinking back, you've always been full of energy, still loving your walks, with a shiny coat, never falling ill, and eating with such a hearty appetite. You're nothing like an old dog. It made me happy, but at the same time, I couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness. Earthly common sense told me he's nearing the end, and seeing his vitality only made that knowledge more painful. Right now, his boundless energy brings me nothing but pure joy, without a hint of worry. That taste is unique to Skylark Pavilion, after all. I guess I can't blame him. Bark. Section. I see. It's true, as you said, cornstarch does give it a brighter whiteness. But practically speaking, the quality of the sauce plays a much bigger role. About 30 minutes later, at Skylark Pavilion, we headed straight to the kitchen with Tomo-san. Chocola stayed in the hallway outside, thoroughly content with his special milk. Be good while we're working, okay? Since blancmange is a chilled dessert, maintaining its consistency even with a cold sauce is essential. Cornstarch works far better than potato starch for that. I briefly considered mixing the sauce into the base for flavor, but that would ruin the texture. This smooth mouthfeel is the key, after all. Exactly. Plus, it would affect the color. By pairing it with seasonal jam sauces, you can keep the base pure white while adding vibrant accents. We discussed the nuances of blancmange as we sampled the test batch. As expected, Tomo-san quickly grasped the dessert's potential. By the way, Vile-sama, thank you so much for helping out. Oh, don't worry. It was nothing. Tomo-san bowed to Mother, who smiled and shook her head. Since blancmange requires a chilling step during preparation, we had Mother assist to speed up the process. Her magic, which rapidly cooled and absorbed heat, left Tomo-san in awe. I may not be an adventurer, but I am still a mage. Even so, this level of magic is overwhelming. According to her, just meeting a mage with the title of which was considered a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck. To have a personal connection with one was almost unheard of. It's not such a big deal. I'm just your friend's mother, and I happen to be a little good at magic. Can't we leave it at that? Yes. You're right. If I'm overly formal, it might come across as disrespectful. Still, even with Mother's presence, Tomo-san didn't act overly deferential. She didn't see her as the legendary Heavenly Bell Witch, but simply as Vile Muker Hateno, a family of Sway Hateno. If you plan to serve it at your shop, you should source cornstarch from Alfheim. I think Alice-san can handle it well for you. You know, I said being overly formal might be disrespectful, but could you not casually bring up absurdly influential figures like witches, foreign nations, or the progenitor elves so lightly? Oh, that reminds me. The princess of the Sorks Kingdom might visit incognito soon. I'd love for her to try Skylark Pavilion's sweets. Can I count on you? Ah, you. Even. Listening. To. Me. Though Tomo-san's hair practically stood on end, she didn't seem the least bit intimidated. I had noticed there was strength in her gaze and light in her eyes. I told you this because it's you, Tomo-san. I believe you can do it, spreading the use of cornstarch and impressing a princess's palate. Guess I've got no choice. She huffed, crossing her arms, and eventually smiled in a way that betrayed a bit of embarrassment. Looks like there'll be even more taste testing. I just hope my husband doesn't end up gaining weight. Schnee-san's a bit on the thin side, isn't he? Maybe it'd be good for him to put on a little weight. For your information, I prefer slim gentlemen. Her mischievous smirk was accompanied by a faint blush. I decided to keep my inner thoughts to myself, but, Ara, could it be that you don't actually prefer slim men, but just happen to fall for one who is? Vivial-sama. Mother cut in mercilessly, and Tomo-san's cheeks quickly turned crimson. Mother, was that really necessary? Why not? Falling in love with someone, that's just how it is. Her teasing tone carried a profound warmth. So I shrugged, scooped up a spoonful of the blancmange we'd been testing, and enjoyed it quietly on my own. Tips on magic for heat absorption. In earlier discussions, it was established that interacting with existing matter through magic is generally challenging, and energy transfer falls under this category. Specifically, using fire-based magic to transfer heat away from an object to cool it down is a highly advanced technique. This is partly due to the conceptual mismatch with the world's perception of fire as something that inherently heats. Consequently, only a few can wield such magic. In contrast, the magic Karen occasionally uses at Sway's request, to extract moisture from matter, dry it out, also involves energy transfer but is more intuitive and easier to conceptualize. As a result, it's significantly less challenging than heat manipulation. While it consumes more magical energy, it's a skill that's relatively common among mages. In Sidera, this drying magic is widely utilized in the process of making consommé. Chapter 61.3, and so, let us wave farewell as we make our way home. In spring, adventurers in Sidera seem to get significantly busier. Without the need to fear the cold, they can venture into the void forest again, and the beasts that had been hiding away during the winter start to reappear. Hunting, gathering, and exploration resume in full force. When it comes to hunting, I recall that in Japan, it was generally done from autumn to winter. Animals, having stored up fat for hibernation, were supposed to taste better during the colder seasons. However, in this world, particularly in the void forest, it seems the logic is reversed. Apparently, while the taste of meat is indeed superior in autumn and winter, the beasts during these seasons are far more cautious and aggressive. Encounters in the harsh winter conditions are extremely dangerous. They are harder to spot as they remain still, attack with about 30% more ferocity than usual, and carnivores, in particular, are quick to detect humans and actively target them. Thus, it is a fundamental rule to avoid entering the forest during winter to minimize danger. Especially during the 3 months from the new year to the arrival of spring, there are even legal restrictions on exploration. But when the snowmelt comes, those restrictions are lifted. Adventurers, eager to shake off the frustrations of winter, head into the forest to seek its bounty. Because of this, Bird-san and the others had all gone into the forest together, so I couldn't meet them. Thinking I might visit Novium-san's shop instead, I found that he, too, was away at the blacksmith guild. Things don't always go as planned. Well, there are days like this. It's not as though I could ask them to take time off just because I happened to visit. If we meet when the timing works out, that's good enough. Knowing they're doing well is what matters most. With our luggage in tow, we climbed onto G. Liz's back and left Sidera behind. Looks like we ended up with quite a load again. Sorry about that. No need to apologize. If we're talking weight, this is still lighter than Karen, isn't it? Don't go saying that in front of her. Okay. I knew G. Liz only meant to say, if I can carry all 3 of you as a family, this much is nothing. Dragons probably don't even have the concept of women being sensitive about their weight, so I couldn't fault him for it. Suekuan's cooking is so good, and we end up eating all sorts of things in Sidera, so I can't help worrying about my weight. As we took off and the city receded into the distance below, Mother spoke with a wry smile. Kuan. Kwa. Chocola. If you sleep right after eating, you'll put on weight too, you know? Fusu. While stroking Chocola's back as he yawned, she added, Still, I feel better now than I did when we were living in the royal capital. Maybe it's because I've been getting more exercise. Yeah, with all the hunting and gathering, we end up walking around quite a bit. Chocola also seems more robust compared to when we were in Japan. Underneath his fluffy coat, Chocola's muscles were lean yet firm. While he usually lazed about, he could be quick and powerful when necessary. Kushu. Even so, the way he sniffled and rested his chin on Mother's lap showed not a trace of wildness. You were busy when we lived in the capital too, right? With your research on the boundary fusion phenomenon? Busy, yes, but it was mostly desk work, reading documents, working on observational equipment, things like that. I spent so much time sitting that my shoulders got stiff, and my back ached. Then there were those tiresome social engagements that made it worse. What kind of social engagements? Just attending parties, that's all. Standing around like a wallflower, brushing off greetings from pompous officials. Such a waste of time. From her tone, it was clear she truly despised it. I imagine, no, I'm certain, the only reason she endured it was for Father and me. The boundary fusion phenomenon could occur anywhere on the continent, without warning. To be ready to respond immediately, she probably had to cultivate connections through those social interactions. Thinking about that tightens my chest. Because for my parents, reuniting with us, our family, meant betting everything on the occurrence of the boundary fusion phenomenon. They didn't know when it would happen. They didn't know where it would happen. Even if it did, they couldn't be certain we would return through it. And yet, they developed observational equipment to ensure they wouldn't miss it. They prepared and built connections so they could act no matter where it occurred. And then, they simply waited, believing we would return to them. For 13 long years, they did that. They kept doing it, without giving up. It wouldn't have been surprising if their spirits had broken. It's almost a miracle they didn't give up. A year ago, when Mother and Karen rushed to the depths of the forest to find me, what could they have been feeling? What thoughts had filled their hearts as we reunited? I hope I can give back, even a little at a time. The emotions they carried, the years they spent, the hardships they endured, and the unwavering hope they held on to. With countless moments of happiness from now on, I want to repay them for everything. Now that a year has passed since our reunion and I've started to feel more grounded, I think about this more deeply than ever. What are you talking about? Oh, nothing, just thinking. The royal capital, here. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to go there. Maybe. But with how troublesome it can be, I don't think you need to go if you don't want to. If it's just for sightseeing, you could always go incognito. Going incognito might feel a bit disrespectful to the king, though. Setting politics aside, I would like to greet Noah's parents when the opportunity arises. Section. Sway, Heavenly Beldono. I'm adjusting our course slightly. What's wrong? Try using magic power detection. Look ahead to the right, where the river forks. As we were talking, G-Liz suddenly made the suggestion. Peering down from his back, I focused my mana and realized what he meant. I see. Thanks. Just make sure not to disturb them. Of course, we'll be careful. Without landing or even lowering our altitude, G-Liz slowed his flight slightly. Mother, they noticed us. They're waving. Yes. Though from their perspective, they probably only see a silhouette. Enhancing my vision with magic power, I could make out a group beneath the trees, gazing up at the sky. It seemed they were taking a break. Some were sitting, while others leaned against tree trunks. Among them, a lean man kept a wary eye on the surroundings as he raised a hand lightly, while a massive figure at the rear hoisted a large axe overhead. And in the middle of it all, a man and a woman, enthusiastically waved their hands back and forth. As G-Liz ascended once more, soaring higher into the sky, I called out, "Stay safe." They likely couldn't hear my shout. But I'm sure the message got through. Watching the scenery slip away behind us in an instant, that thought stayed with me. Chapter 61.4. I've bought a lot of things. When I was a kid, Father would occasionally host hand-rolled sushi parties. We'd set the table with nori, various ingredients, and vinegared rice, each of us rolling our favorite combinations however we liked. Father wasn't skilled at cooking. Anything complicated was completely beyond him. Until I started taking over in the kitchen, we mainly relied on store-bought food, takeout, or the kindness of our neighbors, the higuchas. But among all that, the hand-rolled sushi was probably Father's most earnest attempt at homemade cooking. Rice mixed with sushi seasoning, lettuce, imitation crab, campio, sashimi, and even unusual additions like fried chicken. Choosing this and that, laughing and chatting while rolling our creations, was an absolute joy. It's one of my most cherished memories. That's why I'd always thought, I want to recreate that here. As Mint grew up and began eating the same meals as us, the desire only grew stronger. But hand-rolled sushi requires nori, which isn't easy to produce. Even if I could get it, it wouldn't be familiar to everyone here. And vinegared rice needs rice vinegar for the right flavor. Not to mention, this world doesn't have a culture of eating raw fish, making fresh seafood a challenge. I'd been mulling over how to make it work when I realized something. The joy of hand-rolled sushi doesn't lie in the sushi itself. It's in the spread of ingredients, the family gathered around the table, and the fun of creating something uniquely yours. This revelation came thanks to a certain ingredient I found in Alfheim, corn grits, which were used to make tortillas. In other words, a substitute for hand-rolled sushi that could still recreate the fun. Tacos. Section. I did think you were buying quite a lot of stuff. The day after we returned from Sidera, I laid out all the ingredients we'd brought back, along with what I'd stored in the fridge and freezer, across the kitchen counter. Mother looked impressed by the variety. Mint's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but Karen was staring at one particular item, her brows furrowed. There's red celery. Karen don't like it, right? If it's something you made, I'll try my best to eat it. But, seeing Karen's gloomy expression, I gave her a reassuring pat on the back. Don't worry. I'll make a celery-free batch too. If you find you really can't handle it, you can switch to that. Celery is used in taco meat, but its flavor shouldn't be too overpowering. Maybe Karen will be okay with it after all. Bark. Thanks, Chocola. I'll be fine. I can't show Mint a weak side of me. Sensing Karen's apprehension, Chocola barked softly, concern evident in his eyes. Karen gave his back a reassuring pat and took a deep breath to steady herself. Sway, Mint help too. Thanks, Mint. But this time, let me handle it on my own, okay? I think you'll enjoy it more that way. Really? Go play until it's ready. I want you to be excited when it's time to eat. Okay. Chocola, let's go poachy. Bark. Although I felt guilty turning down her offer, I knew letting Mint help might wear her out before she could fully enjoy the taco party. After seeing Mint and Chocola trot off toward the garden, I turned back to the kitchen. First up is the tortilla dough. I'll use cornmeal for this. I opened a bag of yellowish cornmeal, ground corn flour brought back from Alfheim, and poured it into a mixing bowl. Mix cornmeal with flour and salt, then knead it with water and cooking oil until smooth. Once it rests, the dough will be ready. Is this the same as what we ate in Alfheim? Exactly. We'll cook this into thin tortillas and fill them with toppings, just like those. Of course, the flavor would depend entirely on what we filled them with. The ones from Alfheim's food stalls were taco-like in appearance but had a unique, local taste. While the dough rests, let's start on the taco meat. I'll prepare the celery-based one first since I'd like Karen to try it. I'll do my best. No pressure. There'll be plenty of other toppings to choose from, too. For the taco meat recipe, I drew inspiration from a cooking YouTuber I used to watch back in Japan. First, I finely chopped a generous amount of red celery and onions. Onions are a year-round staple in Sidera, thanks to large-scale cultivation and storage. Red celery, however, is a seasonal crop, harvested from winter to spring. Its aroma resembles earth celery, but it's likely unique to this world. Next, I coarsely minced beef and wild boar meat, keeping a bit of texture for bite. I also minced some garlic to add depth. These ingredients would come together to create the taco meat through careful cooking. I started by heating oil in a pan, adding dried chili and garlic to infuse the oil with fragrance. Then came the red celery and onions, which I cooked until golden brown before setting them aside. Using the same pan, I browned the meats, then reintroduced the vegetables, mixing in a blend of spices. For the finishing touches, I added a splash of citrus juice and, as the final secret ingredient, a bit of tomato ketchup. After removing it from the heat, I tasted the mixture to ensure it was just right. Satisfied, I called out to Karen. Karen. I scooped a small portion onto a plate and handed it to her as she cautiously approached. Try it. But only if you feel up to it. Be honest about how it tastes. Karen nodded slightly before bringing the spoon closer to her mouth. She paused to take in the aroma, hesitated for a few seconds, then closed her eyes and bravely took a bite. As Mother and I watched, she chewed once, twice, savoring the flavors. After swallowing, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. It's fine. I can eat this. It's delicious. I'm glad to hear that. I can still smell the celery, but it doesn't bother me. Maybe because the other aromas blend together. I think once it's wrapped in the tortilla, I won't even notice it. That's impressive. From behind, Mother let out a surprised murmur. This girl has refused to eat red celery since she was little. Even when I had it finely chopped and hidden in Hamburg steaks by professional chefs, she would always figure it out and refuse. Suekuan, your cooking must be special for her to accept it so easily. I'm a little jealous. Vile-sama, I'm not a child anymore. Someday, I was bound to eat red celery. That day just happens to be today. Perhaps it's the power of love. Mother teased her with a knowing smile, and Karen puffed out her cheeks, looking away in defiance. Yet behind her pout, Karen seemed a little guilty, and Mother's expression carried a hint of wistfulness. Raising Karen must have been a challenge for Mother in many ways. She tried everything to get Karen to eat celery but ultimately couldn't succeed. Meanwhile, Karen must have felt guilty for resisting Mother's efforts. Despite her intentions, she hadn't managed to overcome her dislike until now. Karen's decision to try celery today, likely motivated by her feelings for me, was exactly what Mother had hinted at. However, that didn't mean their bond and the time they'd shared had been in vain. Karen, it's because you were with Mother that you felt comfortable throwing tantrums. I spoke softly. The struggle over disliked foods, a mother determined to help her daughter grow and a daughter stubbornly refusing, was more than a clash. It was an expression of their love. Karen leaned on Mother, and Mother was patient because she cared deeply for her daughter. Yeah, you're probably right. Mother gently placed her hand on Karen's head, stroking her golden hair with care. Karen shifted slightly, her gaze lowered, looking both bashful and comforted. Feeling a twinge of envy at their shared moment, I smiled at them. Let's prepare more toppings. From here on, I'll have you and Mother help out, too. The 13 years I spent apart from them, those years weren't solely defined by patience and hardship for the two of them. I was sure there were moments of joy, of a mother and daughter building their own world of happiness, just as Father and I had shared our own. Chapter 61.5. Let's wrap up our happiness. Various types of taco fillings were prepared. Curry-flavored, Japanese style, vegetable-heavy, one that resembled gyoza filling, and more. Not just meat, but also seafood paste, canned tuna, potato salad, and even a dessert-like filling made with fruit mixed with whipped cream. It took quite a bit of time, but the effort resulted in a lavish spread that was worth it. Additionally, several types of sauces, garnishes, and vegetables were prepared, and a generous batch of tortillas was baked. Once everything was laid out on the table, the preparations for the taco party were complete. Karen, could you call Mint and the others? Bring Pochi along too. As sunset approached, the sky turned a deep red. The weather had warmed, so why not open the sliding glass door and have the whole family gather around the dining table? Section. Fua. Mint gets do it herself. Amazing. That's the reaction I was hoping for. Mint, who had come up to the living room, let out an amazed gasp at the array of ingredients spread out in every direction. She looked puzzled at first, but after an explanation that she could pick her favorite fillings, assemble her taco, and eat it, she understood and began to jump around excitedly. Let's start by making one together with Mother, okay? Yay. Even you get to feel like it's a party today. I made all sorts of things for you too. Bark. Several plates were placed in front of Chocola as well. Dog food, milk, fruit, boiled meat, each portion smaller than usual but with a greater variety. Chocola wagged his tail furiously, his gaze darting between the plates. Pochi, It's salad day for you too. Kyuru. Pochi stuck his head onto the terrace, narrowing his eyes in delight as his nose was patted, and a salad was set down in front of him. Well then, shall we begin? Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. The taco party began. Mint, watch closely, okay? First, take one of these tortillas in your hand. Like this. Yes, that's right. Then, lay down a piece of lettuce, add some meat on top, and roll it up. Did it. Sitting on Mother's lap, Mint wrapped her tortilla while following her instructions. She gazed at the finished taco, inspecting it as though it were a precious jewel. Look, Mint, if you don't eat it, you won't get to make the next one. There are lots of different flavors to try. Got it? Eat it. With determination, she opened her small mouth and bit into the taco. Chewing and savoring the flavors, her eyes sparkled. Yummy. That yummy taco was made by Mint herself. You know, Mint made. Whoa. Now, how about choosing your next flavor to try? Overcome with emotion, Mint trembled with excitement, and Mother gently moved her off her lap and seated her beside her. Woo. So much choose. The tortillas are small, so you can make and eat lots of them. Yay. When it comes to tortillas for tacos, the image is usually about 15 centimeters in diameter, but this time, they were made a bit smaller. This way, even Mint could handle them easily, and since everyone in the family had hearty appetites, they could enjoy as much as they wanted. This smells curry. It's a little spicy, so be careful. Adding a touch of cream sauce might make it interesting. Hey, Sway, this fish. It's made with something like sardines, ground up whole with the bones. It's flavored with ginger, so I recommend pairing it with the Japanese-style sauce. Every combination is delicious. And it's so much fun. This one is a mountain vegetable paste. It's slightly bitter, but I think it'll suit you, Mother. Amid cheerful chatter, everyone kept making and eating tacos, trying different combinations. Mint, there's fruit over here too. Woo. Put tacos. Karen, have you started liking celery yet? I like this one. But I probably still can't eat it on its own. Mother, how about this shredded wine-braised meat? Oh my, thank you. Which vegetable should I pair it with? They exchanged thoughts and impressions, eating with enthusiasm and laughter. Pochi, give vegetable. It's like stick. Kiuru. Kiu. Bite. Crunchy this. Crunch. Chocola. Do you want seconds? What do you want? Bark. Bark. Everything. Ha. You're such a little glutton. While rolling tacos and picking ingredients, memories came flooding back of the hand-rolled sushi parties they had with Father. The nostalgia warmed their hearts. Soon, when everyone was starting to feel full, Mint leaned close to me and whispered into my ear. Sway, ain't any. I see, that's a good one. I exchanged a look with Karen. With just a glance and some gestures, she seemed to understand. Nodding, she grabbed a fresh tortilla. I followed suit, as did Mint. While we assembled our tacos, I glanced at Mother, who was enjoying her wine with a contented smile, and asked playfully, Mother, think you can handle 3 more tacos? I'm not completely full yet, but 3. Mother looked puzzled, while Karen gave a mischievous grin. Then I'll go first. Proudly presenting the taco she'd made, Karen said, Vile-sama, this one has meat with the celery I've come to terms with. The sauce is the sour kind, and I also added mountain vegetables. The flavor is a mystery. Now, Saya. She held the taco up to Mother's mouth. Oh my, I'm supposed to eat it. Karen, you haven't even checked that combination yourself, have you? I suppose I have no choice. Smiling wryly at Karen's insistence, Mother opened her mouth and took a bite of the taco. She chewed thoughtfully, swallowed, and then said, Not bad. But the strong flavors are a bit all over the place. Still, it's very much like you, Karen. You've always been adventurous yet reckless at the same time. She gave her assessment with a cheerful laugh. I thought it was interesting, though. You didn't fail. Why don't you try tasting the same one yourself? Karen took a bite of the taco she had made as instructed, then murmured thoughtfully, You're right. But of course, it didn't end there. Mother. Mint's turn. Here, Mint maid. Ara, Mint is going to feed me too. After waiting for Karen's taco to be completely finished, an excited Mint approached Mother with a taco in hand, unable to hide her anticipation. Saya. Ingredients. Secret. Well then, I suppose I'll have to guess. Mother took the second taco directly from Mint's little hands, chewed it carefully, and savored the flavors. The meat is the sweet and spicy one. The sauce is sour cream, and there's a stick of apple in here. Woo. Amazing, got everything right. Mint squealed in delight and threw her arms around Mother. This, earlier, Mint discovered. Super tasty. It's a surprising combination, but it's perfectly balanced. Mint, you're incredible. Mufu. After patting Mint on the head, Mother turned to me. So, Suekuen, does that mean you'll be feeding me the last one? Here you go. Ah. Feeling a little embarrassed, I followed suit, just as Karen and Mint had done. Mother, her cheeks slightly flushed, took a bite from the taco I held out to her. This is fish flakes with soy sauce and mayonnaise sauce. And snow lettuce. Correct. It's called tuna mayo. Father used to love it. Tuna mayo was always one of the staple ingredients during our hand-rolled sushi parties. Father would make these first, eating plenty of them. Perhaps it was because he wanted me to enjoy the more luxurious ingredients, things like crab sticks, fried chicken, sashimi, and salmon roe. Tuna cans and mayonnaise didn't feel like particularly special ingredients to my younger self at the time. But even if that were the case, that's exactly why. If Father were here now, I think he would have made sure Mother had the same thing. Because that's the taste of memories, a flavor imbued with Father's kindness as he shared the better options with me. I see. Mother. After savoring the tuna mayo taco, she looked at each of us in turn and spoke. It's delicious. Karen's creation, Mint's creation, and Suekuen's creation, they're all wonderful. So now, it's Mother's turn to give something back to all of you. Leaning over, she kissed Karen on the cheek, hugged Mint tightly, and ruffled my hair with a warm smile. And I can't forget to feed Pochi and Chocola too. You too, just wait a little longer. Bark. Kiuru. Mother laughed, overjoyed and brimming with happiness. Together, as a family, we shared, created, laughed, and reminisced. The sunset of our taco party faded peacefully, wrapping us in the warmth of those moments. Chapter 61, Interlude 1, Even eternal spring awaits spring, yet to come. A day in the lives of the fairies. There are no seasons in Ter Na Nog. In the castle's garden, flowers of all 4 seasons bloom simultaneously in full glory, and the orchard bears a variety of fruits. These blossoms and fruits neither wither nor perish, maintaining their state perpetually. The temperature and weather follow the same constancy. This peculiar realm, often described as a gap in the world or the ethereal realm, operates under laws entirely separate from those of the mortal realm. You mean, you couldn't leave this place for 2,000 years? Alice Athanak, once a Japanese named Watanuki Alice, an elf now, sat on the staircase before the castle's main gate, gazing at the garden as she muttered this wistfully. No wonder I've forgotten so many things. Indeed, I had forgotten completely. Even the fact that it's an unimaginably long stretch of time. A voice came from behind Alice. Light and melodious like a bell, or perhaps as soft and subtle as a flower. It was Color, the fairy queen, who had once been Karuko Kinue, Alice's best friend. But there's no need for you to feel guilty over it. I was surrounded by my husband and children, and I was happy. Truly. Well, it's not like I'm all that worried about you or anything. As long as you weren't miserable, that's good enough for me. The progenitor elf and the fairy queen. Both had changed, not just in appearance but also in their very essence, since their days in Japan more than 2,000 years ago. Yet, their bond and their feelings for one another remained unaltered. Even their playful banter was just as it had been back then. This place, which we obtained by involving everyone and even altering the world itself. Complaining about it would surely bring divine retribution. Oh, surely it's fine to complain a little. After all, this place is the result of your hard work and refusal to give up. No, I have no complaints about Ter Na Nog. None at all, truly. Well, it is a place this delightful. You can pick all the fruit you want and view flowers endlessly. It's so luxurious, it makes you never want to leave. Before Alice's eyes, there were cherry blossoms. In her hands, a Japanese pear. As Alice watched the fluttering Sumi Yoshino cherry blossom petals, she took a bite of the juicy Nijiseki pear. A strange feeling washed over her, as though nostalgia and novelty were tangled together. She had thought she would never see cherry blossoms again, never taste a Japanese pear again. Yet here they were, both within her reach, though the sense of the seasons was all out of sync. It made her happy, but she couldn't help a wry smile. You're such a busy person. Perhaps I should lock you up here so you can never leave. That's so fairy-like. Don't go full-on scary fairy tale on me. Fufu, that reaction is nostalgic. Sui-san is from a slightly later time period than us, so your humor feels a little different. Oh, I thought that too. Not just your humor, but your way of speaking and your demeanor, it feels kind of fresh. It seems we're about the same generation as Sui-san's father. With that much of an age gap, it's inevitable that… what was it again? A generation gap? Yes, that. It's bound to happen. Yeah, for sure. And that thing called a smartphone? That totally blew my mind. I tried playing around with one, but this old lady just can't keep up. I was too scared to even try. What if I broke it? Now that's just being overly cautious. Sitting side by side on the steps, the two chatted away. Aimlessly, lazily, just like after school. Eventually, without changing her posture, Alice slightly shifted her tone. From casual and laid back to something a bit more serious. So, what's the world outside like, 2,000 years later? After a brief pause, Color answered. Let's see. That's a rather difficult question. She smiled faintly, tilting her head slightly, resting her fingertips against her cheek. Seeing the outside world was incredible. I can't express enough gratitude to Sui-san and his family for making it possible, however, she said. And as she continued, there was a faint trace of sadness at the corner of her lips, something only Alice could notice. Then, as I recalled my past memories, the time when I was still Japanese and the time after I transmigrated here, I realized something. We were left behind. This world now is disconnected from Japan, from the era we once lived in. It feels like a completely different, unfamiliar place. A different place. Of course, that's no one's fault but my own. After all, we reshaped the entire world and reset history once. On top of that, we've lived inside this castle for 2,000 years. I have no real sense of it anymore. Colors. Karuko's thoughts were something Alice couldn't fully grasp. After all, Alice had lived in the altered world for 200 years. It was true, as Color said, that the years immediately following the grand magic were hazy, and by the time she became aware, the world had already transformed dramatically. Even so, there were still threads that connected the past to the present. For instance, the dragon who was once her friend and her son, the beloved godchild she nurtured 1800 years ago, and her descendants, the dragon who was Sui-san's friend now. They had all lived in the previous era and passed down their lineage into this one. Alice herself was no different. The children she bore carried on her bloodline, grew in number, founded a nation, and flourished to this day. She had witnessed the first 200 years of that journey with her own eyes, walking alongside it with her own feet. That's why, to Alice, the present era and the world of the past weren't separate places. Unlike Color, unlike the best friend sitting beside her. At that moment, we were severed from the world. We fell into a gap and remained there for 2,000 years. Once a thread is snapped, it can never be reconnected. The fact that the present world and this other world overlap right now is only because of countless miracles. But we are no longer beings of the mortal world. Our place isn't in that world anymore. Surely. That's not true. Alice wanted to say it. She wanted to deny it. Because you're still my best friend, unchanged from the past, she wanted to shout it aloud. But no words came. She understood, even without speaking, that her words lacked the power to dispel Color's anguish. Somewhere deep down, Alice knew her voice alone couldn't soothe Color's lingering sighs. And so, The one to carry Alice's feelings forward and to catch Color's sigh appeared from beyond the castle gates. That's not true, Color. Color. Toshia. Chapter 61, Interlude 2. Even eternal spring awaits spring, yet to come. Would you accompany me for a moment? Before the troubled Four Seasons, Toshia, now the Fairy King Four Seasons, appeared, offering no elaborate words, only a gentle smile accompanying his request. Facing the two, Alice simply nodded silently in response to Four Seasons' gaze. Descending the steps, he motioned for them to follow him into the garden. This way. With that, he raised his hand to the void, creating a black rift. A gate, a passage to the outside world, leading to the mortal realm. It was a magic that transcended human logic, granted to the one who was once Higuchi Toshia, the Fairy King. Alice exchanged glances with Color. Neither could quite grasp what he had in mind, but their silent communication suggested a mutual agreement. They might as well follow along. Nodding to one another, they stood and followed his lead. Passing through the gate, a slight dizziness accompanied the unfolding of a new landscape. At the same time, the air grew noticeably colder, and strong winds whipped past them. Where is this? This is a land where one of the Demon King's castles once stood. It is now called the Helheim Valley. Sheer rock faces. A flora dominated by lichens and low shrubs. Above, the crescent-shaped sky was framed by the gorge, while a winding river and countless hollowed caves formed a unique and solemn tableau, a scene best described as the divine will's broth. Suddenly, they found themselves transported a great distance away. As Alice and Color stood in silent awe of the breathtaking view, Four Seasons began to speak. We stayed here about 1,000 years ago, I believe. The children were overjoyed, determined to explore every cave. Color. Do you remember? Yes. Especially Bonfire. She adored the CU Siths and begged to speak with them, throwing tantrums when she couldn't. Calming her down was no easy task. And Magpie. She was fascinated by the vegetation, always studying it with great curiosity. Well, Alice, I hate to rush, but let's move on. With those words, another gate opened. As they were guided back through the fairy realm, Nog, they found themselves next at the sea, its scent carried on the breeze, waves lapping at a sandy shore. This, too, was once the site of a Demon King's castle. It used to be part of the mainland, but most of it has sunk into the sea, leaving behind these scattered islands. It's now known as the Malignant Sea. The waves lapping at the shore were gentle, but the surface of the sea further out carried an eerie, foreboding atmosphere. It felt as though something immense and terrifying lay hidden beneath its depths. High above that unsettling sea, the silhouettes of 3 dragons could be seen soaring eastward. Those are members of the Yato clan. This area has a large population of dragons, of course, that includes the Delpune clan as well. For some reason, the culture they developed was particularly favored by Peacock. He would often invite Hanaikada to visit the settlements with him. Yes, he told me all sorts of stories about them. It seemed that they had lived in this region once upon a time. Alice, I imagine you're curious about how the dragons of the Yato clan are doing nowadays, but let's save that for another time. On to the next. For the 3rd time, a rift was created in the air. The next stop will be a human-inhabited area, so be mindful when we exit. As promised, their journey shifted pace after this. What followed was a whirlwind expedition across the world. To the northernmost reaches of the continent, where mountain tribes led simple, secluded lives. To the orderly empire, where the citizens enjoyed disciplined yet fulfilling lives. To the royal capital of the Sorks Kingdom, a grand city bustling with people, their smiles abundant. To the Beastkin territories, where diverse tribes had blended to form a unique cultural sphere. To the vast grasslands, home to herds of grazing Tarasques. And even to the autonomous region governed by the descendants of Fatima in the Republic. Across continents, across worlds. 4 Seasons led the two through countless destinations. And each time, he spoke to his wife. About the days they had spent living in those places. About the events that had transpired, the things their children had been curious about, and the things they had loved. Eventually, after passing through so many gates that they lost track, they arrived at their final stop, a forest. From a distance, they could see a Western-style house surrounded by block walls. It was the Hateno family's home. This was the heart of the void forest. Straining their ears, they could faintly hear voices from the direction of the house. The cheerful sounds of a child playing with a dog, carried by an air of happiness. Turning his back to the house, Four Seasons faced Alice and Color. This is something you both already know, but it bears repeating. To create a gate, I need an anchor, a point. Without one, I cannot connect or traverse. My anywhere door isn't truly anywhere. Anchor points. Alice was, of course, already familiar with the concept. Just recently, she had buried one herself beneath the floorboards of a house in the city of Sidera. It was a clear gemstone, a luminous droplet imbued with immeasurable magic. A tear shed by her closest friend standing beside her. Karuko, the fairy queen. 2,000 years. 2 whole millennia. Four Seasons began to step closer, his voice gentle but resolute. After offering Alice a fleeting, reassuring smile, he turned his gaze to his wife. Color. Placing a hand softly against her cheek, he spoke. For 2,000 years, we've traveled across the continent. We never stayed in one place longer than 200 years, the time it took for the children to reach their individual limits. Each time their memories reset, we moved on to a new home, wandering endlessly. Their children, the nature of fairies. Every 2 centuries, their lifespans would reach their end, only for identical yet memoryless beings to be reborn anew. A fragile eternity, a practical yet bittersweet immortality. When Alice had first learned this, her heart ached. Yet, at the same time, she couldn't call it entirely tragic. After all, she remembered, she knew. The children from 2,000 years ago, feverish, delirious, and in agony as they neared death. And more than that, she remembered the faces of her once close friends, the parents who had crumbled under the weight of such loss. Whether Four Seasons could sense the heavy burden of Alice's thoughts or not, he didn't show it. His hand gently caressed his wife's cheek, and for that moment, he was no longer a father but a husband. Color. Unable to leave Ter Na Nog, you spent all those years listening to the children's stories. Today we went here, we did this happened, you heard it all. Maybe you weren't fully aware of it yourself, but at the very least, every time you listened to their tales, you smiled. And you looked happy. He smiled softly as he continued. Listen, Color. Let's talk about what lies ahead. I know you feel disconnected from this world, as though you've been left behind. But think about it, you've met Sway and others, you've found a way to leave the castle, and you've reunited with Alice. You've re-established ties with this world. So, let's talk about the future. About us fairies. About what lies ahead for our kind and what paths we should take. That's what I want to discuss with you. Color, Alice's dearest friend, placed her trembling hand over the one her husband rested on her cheek, as if clinging to it. And Four Seasons, the Fairy King, continued speaking. Chapter 61, Interlude 3, Even eternal spring awaits spring, amidst the falling cherry blossoms. We need to talk about what will become of us fairies, what we should become from here on out. With the distant sound of laughter from the Hateno household, Mint and Chocola playing together, Four Seasons gave a faint smile. For the past half a year, ever since we met Suekuan and the Hateno family, the world around us has undergone a drastic change. Ter Na Nog was recognized by humans, Color was able to leave the boundary, and both of us regained our memories of the past. On top of that, we even reunited with an old friend. Alice. That's true, but just as Color raised a doubtful voice, Four Seasons cut in. And changes in our environment have inevitably influenced the way we exist. He continued. Color, do you remember? When you reunited with Alice, the two of you embraced and cried like children. At that moment, what happened to your tears? Ah. Color's breath caught. Alice, too, finally realized. Karuko cried normally. I remember it well, my chest got completely soaked. The warmth, no, the heat of those tears was nothing like the cold, unyielding touch of stone. That moment has been on my mind. Later, I discussed it with Suekuan, and I think his hypothesis is quite accurate. So, I'll borrow his words. He suggested, Color-sans gem might be the sorrow of the ethereal world, made manifest in the mortal world. What does that mean? Color's tears turn into gem. That is simply a biological trait of the fairy queen. I used those gem to create points, anchors for passageways all over the world. I've given some to the Hateno family as protective charms, and they also serve as the power source for the observation device in this forest, the familiar they launched into the sky. But more importantly, those gems are pure crystallized magic, imbued with color's unique magic attribute. Essentially, they are condensed magic power, materialized spells in physical form. I see. Hearing that, Alice understood. Having lived for 2 centuries, she prided herself on her deep knowledge of magic, one of the foremost in the world. So when the fairy queen, a being of the ethereal world, is moved by emotions for the mortal world, her tears become spells, imprinted onto reality like a stamp. Her eyes glowed with the color of magic. And if the eyes of the fairy queen could manifest magic, then surely, along with the sorrow she felt, they would overflow with it. Kinue Karuko's all-attribute composite magic. All things 4 seasons, flowers, wither and bloom. A peerless enhancement spell that doubles the target's magical output. If Color's tears were a physical manifestation of that very spell, then they would serve as both a keystone to activate magic and a medium to amplify its power. For 2,000 years, Color's tears have always been ones of sorrow, shed by a fairy bound to the ethereal world, longing for the mortal world. 4 seasons spoke, recalling the span of 2 millennia. We, Alice, have traveled the continent, settling in each land for roughly 200 years before moving on, as the children's memories reset. And before we departed, we always buried Color's tears in that place, leaving behind traces of Color's lingering desire to step outside. And now, where their long journey had led them, 4 seasons turned his gaze toward the Western-style house nestled within the forest. But half a year ago, at the end of summer, Color finally set foot outside the castle. At first, we still saw ourselves as a being of the ethereal world. But then, Alice, after reuniting with you, we took another step closer to being creatures of the mortal world. Not physically, but in spirit. To put it simply, our hearts are beginning to return to those of humans. So that's why Karuko's tears didn't turn into gem. That's what Suekuen and I believe. Most likely, Color will no longer create fairies' tears. If she consciously try, she might be able to, but she won't simply harden and drop like before, the moment they fall. Hearing that their heart was shifting from fairy to human, Color seemed bewildered. I don't really feel any different. And as for my tears, I wouldn't know unless I cried. It's not like I can just do it on command. It's your own heart, after all. Even I didn't realize it until I heard Suekuen's theory. But a change of heart is a significant thing, especially for beings like us, who exist beyond this world. A shift in the heart changes awareness. A change in awareness shifts perspective, alters the way one lives. And in time, it transforms one's very nature. For instance, a person who firmly believes they are healthy may rarely fall ill. Or someone who constantly dwells on their misfortune may end up inviting more bad luck. If even humans experience such things, then for fairies, beings shaped half by magic, such changes would be even more profound. Half a year ago, when Suekuen found us, our very nature began to change. And not just for Color and me, it affected the children as well. For seasons once again reached out toward Color. As a husband, he took his wife's hand and spoke. Our children, Peacock, Drizzle, Hanaikada, Bonfire, Magpie, their individual longevity limits are extending. What? This time, Color was truly speechless. Meanwhile, 4 Seasons' smile took on a mischievous edge. It seems that my shifting awareness is influencing their very being. After all, their pseudo-immortality stems from my affinity with dark attribute. And perhaps, witnessing Suekuen's impossibly advanced magic played a role as well. I never imagined that after 2,000 years, we would still be capable of growth. No way. Then, those children. Yes. Even 200 years from now, they will not simply fade away. They will not be reborn, losing all their memories. They will remember everything, our time together. Alice, Suekuan, and all the days we have yet to build as a family. And then, color, do you understand? This is only the beginning. Our beginning. 4 seasons. Toshiya held color. Karuko, tightly in his arms, stroking her head. You said earlier that once a thread is severed, it can never be rejoined. That there is no place for us in this world. And, in some ways, you may be right. We are beings who have fallen between the cracks of existence. Even if our hearts change, even if our way of being evolves, our biological definition and spatial coordinates will not. We remain fairies, children with wings, forever apart from humanity. And yet, he grasped her shoulders, turning her gently to face Alice. Your tears no longer harden into cold, lifeless gem. Our children will continue to grow, day by day, shaping their hearts. And more than anything, we have escaped 2,000 years of stagnation. We have encountered both our past and our future, our friends from Japan, and a long-lost companion. Toshiya, 4 seasons, ran his hand through Karuko's colors, hair and gave her a reassuring push forward. Even if a thread is severed, a new one can always be spun. And now, our place is no longer beyond reach, it is woven into this world itself. Do you see, color? My beloved wife. Go on, see it for yourself. Alice. Watanuki Arisu. Alice Athanak stepped forward to meet her dearest fairy friend. Ei. Hiya. Alice gave a light chop to Color's head. Alice. Color, you're overthinking things. And, next, she turned to the figure behind her. Ei. Oh. She delivered another chop to her husband, who had been standing there with an insufferably smug look on his face. 4 seasons, your speeches are always long-winded and roundabout. You've been like this forever. Wait, what? You've always thought that about me? Not just me. That's the consensus among all of our friends. Even my husband said, that guy talks so much, at least he won't bore my little sister. Wow. That's harsh. 4 seasons furrowed his brows and gave a wry smile. Alice only shrugged and stretched her arms. Seriously. I was planning on taking my time, enjoying the world one place at a time. But this turned into a full-speed express tour. Hardly any time to take in the wonder of it all. That's on me. Well, we can take it slow next time. Anyway, it's still early afternoon, right? Right on cue, the sound of a sliding window opening came from beyond the concrete wall ahead, from the house standing there. Oh, perfect timing. With a light bounce in her step, Alice placed her hands on the wall and peered into the Hateno family's garden. She spotted Sway stepping onto the porch and called out. Hey, Suekuan, are you free right now? Ah, good afternoon, Alice-san. Why are you over there? Are you free? Is your family home? Then how about we have a flower viewing in Ter Nog? It's spring, and I thought it'd be nice to relax under the cherry blossoms. That sounds like a great idea, but isn't it a bit sudden? No problem, no problem. I'll have 4 seasons and the others prepare food and drinks. Hey, don't just. Come on, 4 seasons. Stop standing around. Get moving. She spun around and barked at him, prompting a resigned chuckle and a nod of agreement. Beside him, Color laughed softly, eyes crinkling with amusement. And in their corners, tears shimmered. Not tears of sorrow. Not tears longing for a world beyond reach. These were tears born from the happiness right beside her. Tears can come from joy, from laughter. And they are so common, so simple, so much more precious than any gemstone. As Alice reflected on that simple truth, she waved enthusiastically at the Hateno family, who were beginning to gather. All right, 30 minutes from now. Let's meet under the cherry trees. Understood. Then we'll whip up something quick on our end as well. Spring marks the beginning of 4 seasons. A time when color blooms. Chapter 62, Family Time and Wine. Chapter 62.1, Like Parent Like Child. Let's face it. This is destiny. I must have done something in my previous life. Maybe I accidentally caught the guardian of a waterfall and got cursed, or maybe I was a flame-giving streamer who ruined rivers and seas. The latter sounds awful, so let's scrap that idea. Either way, It's out of my hands now. No matter how hard I try, the fish always avoid my line, and no matter how appetizing the bait looks, they won't even glance at it. That's just how it is. Wow, Sway. I caught another one. Yeah. Good for you. Or rather, that's amazing. There's a river near our house. Karen, Chocola, and I came here to fish. Even though I've been casting my line over and over, there's no sign of any bites. Chocola, looking bored, yawns as if to say, should I just dive in and catch one already? When Karen suddenly spoke up. I want to try too. I felt a vague sense of unease, but I couldn't just say no, so I nervously handed her the fishing rod. Karen, her face alight with excitement, mimicked my actions, gave the line a little flick, and, well, here we are now. 3, 4, 5. This makes 6. Hey, Karen, are you really a beginner? You're not secretly making a living off fishing while I'm not looking, are you? I'm not. Right. Bark. Kuan. Next to me, as I slump my shoulders, Chocola lets out a small whimper. It feels like he's telling me to stop being so stubborn, and it stings more than I'd like to admit. I glance at the fish basket submerged in the river. Swimming inside are plump river fish. Judging by their mouths, they're likely some kind of trout, probably a species similar to yamame. From the fat they've stored up, it's clear they're in season right now. This must be from Mother's side of the family. Bark. Mother is terrible at fishing, too. Apparently, she has some kind of traumatic experience with it and won't even look at a fishing rod. And the one who likely caused that trauma was Father. That man was a genius. He'd cast his line with a flick of the wrist, and before you knew it, he'd have a fish on the hook. When I asked him for tips, all he ever said was, just cast it where the fish are. Useless advice like that was all I ever got from him. Karen really takes after Father. If that's true, I'm happy. When I mutter this, Karen smiles faintly, as if gazing off into the distance. As she casts her fishing line, she murmurs softly, even if we're not related by blood, if I have something in common with Uncle. It makes me feel like we're truly family. Karen, you are Father's daughter. And that's why I don't care about my lack of talent for fishing. Sitting beside her, I pull her close, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. I'm sure there are lots of ways you take after both Father and Mother, even if we just haven't noticed them yet. I hope so. Ah. What's wrong? It's caught. Already. Come on, what the heck? We were having a nice moment just now. Fish. Could you maybe read the atmosphere a little better? Karen stands up smoothly, expertly maneuvering the rod, waiting for just the right moment to pull the fish from the water. Her motions are so precise and practiced it's almost elegant. But seriously, this is her first time fishing, right? Why is she so good at this? 7th one. It's the same type again. Maybe they're abundant this year? Or maybe it's just you who's amazing, Karen. In the end, every cast of the line brought in another fish, so we decided to call it a day while we were ahead. The final haul was 20 yamame trout. With 4 per person, there's no way we could prepare and eat all of them in one sitting, so we'll have to divide them between today and tomorrow. Section. Once we returned home, it was time to prep the fish. First, we removed the gills, cut open their bellies, and cleaned out the guts. Any leftover blood inside the cavity was carefully scraped out and rinsed away. After that, a thorough salt rub got rid of the slimy texture on the surface, leaving them ready to cook. Back in Japan, eating river fish like this was a rare treat. The most I'd ever done was prepare farmed ayu bought from the supermarket a handful of times. Other than that, I'd only ever ordered them at tourist restaurants when traveling. Catching wild yamame trout and eating them fresh on the spot. What a luxury. Of course, ever since moving to the forest, this has become a regular part of life. Still, every time we eat like this, I can't help but think to myself how lucky we are to live this way. 2 fish each for today, and the rest can be saved for tomorrow. We'll do miso marinated and sweet simmered for those. For today's portion, since they're fresh, let's go with salt grilled and fish carriage. The sky was bright and clear, and the breeze felt just right. The temperature was mild, making it a perfect, gentle spring day. Since the weather's so nice, let's eat outside. Mint. Can you help Mother set up the outdoor stove? That big, metal, burny thingy, that's the one. Set it up and get the charcoal ready, please. During the winter, the outdoor stove had doubled as a heater in Pochi's stable. But now that the weather had warmed up, it had been retired from that role and returned to storage. Not for long, though. It wasn't something we could just put away until next year. This stove was incredibly useful, especially for cooking that produced a lot of smoke. The charcoal was stocked in the woodpile. Since we used firewood every day to boil water, the resulting charcoal was always on hand as a byproduct. We kept a decent supply ready for whenever we needed it. Haha, Sway. Look, Mint's hands. Black. Did you touch the charcoal with your bare hands? Go wash them. We had work gloves, but they were adult-sized and way too big for Mint. Sharing a wry smile with Mother, I suggested. This might take some time, so once Mint's washed up, why don't you go play with her for a bit? All right. Maybe we'll visit Pochi and work up an appetite. Chocola, come along. Bark. Mother followed Mint, who had dashed off toward the well, with Chocola trotting happily behind her. That left just Karen and me. I lit the charcoal, seasoned the yamame trout with salt, placed them on a wire rack, and slid it into the stove. The plan was to let the fish cook slowly over indirect heat from the far infrared rays of the coals. All set. Now I just need to fry the fish courage while these cook. Sway, is there anything I can help with? Not really. This takes time, but it's not a lot of work. Then I'll just watch you. What's that supposed to mean? I chuckled, half joking, but I already knew. Karen had a habit of quietly watching me whenever I was cooking. I had a good idea why, but admitting it out loud would be way too embarrassing, even to myself. I like watching you cook, Sway. You just came out and said it, huh? Hiding the flush spreading across my cheeks, I turned and headed toward the kitchen. Karen followed behind me with an innocent, cheerful smile. Chapter 62.2 If the river fish was delicious. 40 minutes later, lunch was ready. Mint, Mother, and Chocola returned from playing around the pasture. Smell good. The fish are beautifully grilled. Bark. The menu featured salt-grilled yamame trout and courage. We laid the dishes out on a tree stump table alongside some pre-made side dishes, instant rice, and condiments, then dug in. The skin is crispy, but the inside is tender and fluffy. It's absolutely delicious. Are these river fish in season right now? Vile summer, I caught them, and Sway grilled them. In other words, perfection. Fish, so yummy. As I watched the lively group enjoying the meal, I noticed that both Mother and Karen were skillfully eating the grilled fish with chopsticks. Now that I thought about it, that was pretty impressive. Yours took extra effort to prepare, so make sure you savor it. Bark. Chomp. Chocola's portion was special, grilled without any salt, deboned, flaked, and simmered in broth. Honestly, with how this world seemed to have strengthened our bodies, he'd probably be fine crunching through the bones and all. But letting go of the dietary habits I'd learned back in Japan was still a challenge for me. Mint, can you remove the bones yourself? Hold the tail, lift it up. There you go. Well done. With Mother's guidance, Mint tackled the fish's spine. Although she used her hands, she managed to cleanly separate the flesh from the bones and looked delighted with herself. The courage was fried twice, so you can eat it bones and all. Even the bones? Yep, you can crunch right through from the head down. The fresh yamame trout had no fishy odor and a light, clean flavor despite its rich fat content. The salt-grilled fish brought out the simple, natural taste of the trout. Adding a touch of soy sauce elevated the umami, making it even more satisfying. Whether it was the charred skin or the delicate white meat, the fish had the refined elegance unique to river fish. The courage, on the other hand, delivered a delightful crunch when bitten into, spreading a toasty aroma in every bite. A squeeze of citrus juice added a refreshing tang that cut through the oil, leaving a perfect aftertaste. By the way, Sway, I've heard that some ocean fish have edible innards. Do river fish have those too? They do. For example, ayu is one, but I haven't seen them in this river. Then again, Just because they existed in Japan doesn't mean they're here in this world. During the meal, Karen struck up a casual conversation. What makes the innards edible? It's different for ocean fish and river fish. For ocean fish like sori, they don't have a stomach or intestines, so food doesn't stay inside them long enough to spoil. That's why their innards are clean. What about river fish? Ayu, the kind I know, only eats moss from rocks. Maybe that's why their innards taste good, and the fish itself smells a bit like watermelon. Watermelon. That's red melon, right? On Earth, it's considered a fruit, isn't it? Yeah. Here, it's more like a vegetable, probably because it hasn't been bred to be super sweet. But the scent is similar. In this world, the only melon-type fruit considered a fruit is called sweet melon. It resembles a cantaloupe but has slightly different shape and color, and it's probably most similar to Japan's makawari. While it's not as sweet as a muskmelon, it is decently sweet and cherished as a summer treat. Hearing about a fish that smells like watermelon seemed to ignite Karen's curiosity. Ayu. I wonder if they exist here. I'd love to try one. Well, even on Earth, they were mainly found in Asia. Maybe Tomo's fisherman brother would know. I'll ask him next time. The river near our house might have a different ecosystem further upstream. Now that I think of it, in Japan, there's a dish where ayu innards are salted and fermented as a side dish for drinks. Oh, that's intriguing. When I mentioned yuruka, Mother's eyes lit up with interest. You salt fish innards? I'd rather not imagine that. It's a fermented food, so the flavor is pretty strong. It's definitely an acquired taste. I remembered Father once bought some from a specialty fair. I tried a bit back then. If ayu exist here, I wouldn't mind trying to make it. But if you think about it, fish sauce is also fermented fish, isn't it? And some regions even use the innards to make it. I'm not a fan of fish sauce either. I prefer Sway's soy sauce. Mint likes both. Eat either. Well, Mint, that's admirable. You're not picky at all. Hee. Mint's palate seemed to develop rapidly. It wasn't so much about personal preference but whether her body could handle it. Once she could digest something, she immediately declared it delicious. Even with something as pungent as fish sauce. How about we explore the river upstream sometime? That sounds exciting. If we find the fish we're looking for, you'll make yuruka, won't you? I wonder if it pairs well with wine. There you go again, Vile-sama, bringing up wine. Oh. Mother brought up alcohol, and Karen, as usual, started to chide her, until she suddenly fell silent. Karen glanced at Mother with a meaningful look, and they exchanged a quick, knowing glance. Sway, when are we exploring the river? I think sooner is better. What? Why the sudden rush? I just changed my mind. Spring is such a pleasant season, and it's a good chance to survey the forest. Well, you're not wrong, but that switch felt a little unnatural. I raised an eyebrow, but Karen only tilted her head, feigning innocence, or maybe genuinely confused. It was hard to tell. Explore. Mint wants go. Bark. Bark bark. As I frowned in suspicion, Mint excitedly latched onto the idea, her energy contagious. Chocola joined in, wagging his tail enthusiastically, and the mystery of Karen's sudden shift in attitude remained unresolved. How about tomorrow, if the weather's nice? Sounds good to me. Sway, is that okay? Fine, I guess. Let's go then. It's still a bit early for ayu season, but if we confirm they're there, we can wait for them to grow before catching any. And so, we decided to head upstream tomorrow for a river exploration. Chapter 62.3. Is it a hike, then? The river flowing west of our house runs from north to south. In other words, the further we follow the river upstream, the closer we get to its source. Where exactly the river begins is uncertain. For now, we decided to go as far as we could. And so, the next day, XPLO re, bark, Mint, watch your step. We set off on our exploration upstream. Our party consisted of me, Karen, Mint, and Chocola. Since Karen and Mint were eager to go, Mother volunteered to stay behind with Pochi. The moment Mint heard the word exploration, she was too excited to contain herself. Singing cheerfully, she marched ahead through the forest, pushing aside the undergrowth, climbing steep paths without hesitation, leaping across rocky terrain with ease, and facing sheer cliffs as if they were nothing. Of course, Chocola stuck close to Mint, while Karen and I followed from behind, keeping an eye on them. But honestly, this feels more like hiking than an exploration. As long as Mint's having fun, that's all that matters. That said, once the terrain became more rugged, our hike quickly turned into full-blown park hour. To an outsider, our journey must have looked ridiculously acrobatic. Yet here we were, humming casually as we went. Our pace was surprisingly fast, and in about an hour, we had covered nearly 20 kilometers. Sway, over there. Brr. We're not here to hunt this time. Let's go around. It's drinking water. Well, rivers are gathering spots for all sorts of creatures. This is one of the reasons why drinking directly from a river is a bad idea. Upstream, wild animals drink from it, and sometimes, they even leave their droppings behind. No matter how clear a river looks, it's never safe to drink as is. If we can make it to a spring, though, the water should be drinkable. I wasn't sure if we'd get that far, but I couldn't help but hope. After more than 2 hours of trekking upstream, the flat terrain gradually gave way to a slope, turning our journey into a full-fledged mountain climb. Pushing through the dense, primeval forest that spread across the mountainside, we followed the river as it grew smaller and thinner, until at last, we discovered a shallow pool encircled by rocks. There's no other water source beyond this point. This must be the river's origin. The air here was cool and crisp. Beneath the crystal-clear surface of the pool, pebbles shimmered as the gentle currents stirred them. From the gaps between the rocks, fresh water bubbled up ceaselessly. Amazing. Water outground. It's so pretty. This water might be safe to drink. Let's check it first. Scooping up some water, I channeled dark attribute magic through it. Carefully, I searched for any harmful substances, anything that could pose a danger to us, but it seemed completely fine. Taking a mug from my backpack, I filled it with the spring water and handed it to Mint. It's safe to drink. Here, go ahead. Fuwu. Her eyes sparkled as she pressed the cup to her lips, tilting it back eagerly. She gulped down nearly half in one go before breaking into a beaming smile. Delicious. Cold. Everyone, drink some. Then how about we have lunch here? We can rest while we eat. My bento, can, go ahead. We can all sit over on those rocks. Mint eagerly untied the cloth bundle slung across her chest, holding it carefully in both hands. It was the same bento box I had used back in my school days, one I had gifted to Mint. Ever since then, she had treasured it like it was something precious, always treating it with the utmost care. She had insisted on carrying it herself instead of letting it be packed with the shared supplies, so Mother had tied it securely to her body before we left. Sway, hurry. Itadakimasu, okay? No need to rush. Take your time. The food isn't going anywhere. You. Perched on a rock, Mint clutched the bento tightly to her chest, glancing up at me with pleading eyes. Adorable. Feeling a warmth spread through me at the sight, I reached into my backpack and pulled out the woven basket I had packed. Section. Thanks for the food. Karen, bento, take. Give it to me. And just like that, our fun lunchtime came to an end. Mint had gotten excited just from opening the lid, then again for each side dish, and again for every rice ball. So much so that I almost felt like thanking her for her enthusiasm. Even after finishing her meal, she carefully closed the lid and handed the bento box to Karen with great reverence. Arms up. All right, one more turn. There. You. Just like before, Karen wrapped the bento box securely in its cloth sling and tied it tightly to ensure it wouldn't come undone. Mint beamed with delight. Chocola, feeling refreshed? Bark. Chocola barked energetically after quenching his thirst with milk and fresh spring water. With Karen and I having satisfied our hunger with sandwiches, we were all set for the journey back. Sway, how did the river look on the way up? Think there might be any ayu? I spotted 3 places that seemed promising. Let's check them out on our way back. On the way up, we had prioritized reaching the source of the river. I figured it would be more efficient to mark potential spots on the ascent and investigate them on the return trip. To be honest, The odds weren't exactly in our favor. Ayu were originally found only in the Asian region back on Earth, and the chances of a similar species existing in this world's forests weren't exactly high. That said, we had already found a trout species resembling Yamame. Plus, this world had been experiencing boundary erosion phenomena for ages, causing things from Earth to occasionally transfer over. And not just people, animals, and plants, even entire pieces of land had seemingly made the jump. Considering all that, I couldn't completely dismiss the possibility. Well, guess we'll just have to wait and see. With that, we started walking along the river. Our first destination was about 5 kilometers downstream. A clear, rocky-bottomed stream that looked just like the kind of place Ayu might be found. Chapter 62.4. Although Ayu fish are not likely to be there. What do you think, Sway? Any signs? This spot doesn't seem promising either. I stepped into the river, barefoot, and lifted one of the stones from the bottom. Examining the moss growing on its surface, I gave my answer. It was the return leg of our journey. After lunch, we made our way downstream, stopping at each point we had marked earlier to check for any signs of Ayu. But so far, there hadn't been the slightest hint of the fish. The method for confirming their presence involved inspecting the moss on the river stones. Ayu leaves distinctive marks called nibbling traces on moss-covered rocks, as if someone had scraped the surface with a spoon. Finding those marks would suggest that at least a similar species of fish might exist here. That was the hope, anyway, but the results had been far from encouraging. Of course, I wasn't an expert. I was just relying on knowledge I'd picked up from browsing the internet back on Earth. My observations weren't exactly sharp. That's why I also asked Chocola and Mint to help catch fish. Sway caught one fish. Bark. Oh, thanks. Can I take a look? How it? Ayu? This looks more like a type of crucian carp. It's not an Ayu. The small fish Mint held in her hands was stocky and round, not at all like an Ayu. I see. Sorry, but let it go, okay? You. Mint crouched by the riverside and gently released the crucian carp, or whatever it was, into the water, waving at it with a cheerful bye-bye. It's looking less and less likely. I couldn't help but smile at her adorable gestures, though my shoulders sagged with disappointment. Sway, is this our last spot? Yeah. I thought this one had the best chance. The water here was clear, not too deep, and the stones were mossy. Everything seemed just right. Other places had deeper water, fewer stones, or even felt like they might house piranhas. I thought there might be Ayu since there's a fish here that looks similar to Yamame, but that's just me calling it that. It's probably just a type of trout. Ayu are migratory fish. They move between rivers and the sea. But this river was far from any ocean. If Ayu were here, they'd likely be a landlocked type that migrates to a lake instead of the sea. But where would that lake even be? The one we visited during a winter picnic probably wasn't connected to this river. I guess it was naive of me to even try. Heading out to search for a fish I wasn't even sure existed, with barely any research and only a vague understanding of its behavior, it all felt foolish. Sway, that's not true. Suddenly, as I sighed, Karen tugged at my sleeve. Not true? What isn't? I had fun. Mint and Chocola are having fun too. That's why this was worth it. Oh, and that's when I realized. Everyone, Karen, Mint, and Chocola, was smiling. Karen stood beside me, holding my sleeve with a gentle smile. Mint was splashing around in the water, searching for fish and laughing as she played. Chocola, full of energy, barked happily as he ran through the water sprays Mint kicked up. It's because Vile-sama and I said we wanted to try eating Ayu that you're out here searching for them. That thoughtfulness makes me so happy, even if it's disappointing that we haven't found any. But, even if there are no Ayu, today will still be a memory, one of our precious memories together. Karen crouched by the riverbank and dipped her hands into the water, gently splashing it around. Her light blonde hair swayed like sunlight in the breeze, and her soft, narrowed eyes radiated kindness. With you, Sway, whether it's success or failure, every day feels like a happy piece of our lives. Someday, 5 or 10 years from now, we'll talk about today. We'll laugh as a family about how we didn't find any Ayu, But how delicious the spring water and lunch were. Just imagining that makes me happy and excited. You're right. That's true. I crouched down next to Karen and pulled her close, wrapping my arm around her shoulder. As I placed a gentle kiss on her hair, her warm presence filled my arms in the spring breeze. The disappointment I'd felt earlier lingered, but it transformed into something precious, something I could cherish. Thank you. Hearing you say that makes me happy, too. Though, I can't deny I'm frustrated about coming up empty-handed. I really thought grilled ayu or ayu roe would have made a perfect snack for Mother's drinks. I feel the same. Do you think we can find something else that would go well with sake? We sat side by side, gazing at the scenery. We looked up at the sky, across the riverbank, at the grassy fields, and finally at the river's surface. Lowering my gaze. What's wrong? My eyes became fixed on the countless creatures swimming in the water. This is amazing. They're so big, and there are so many of them. Sway. Karen gave me a puzzled look as I lay flat on the ground, staring intently at the river. Her expression wasn't one of affection for her beloved partner. It was more uneasy, her cheeks twitching slightly as she regarded me with suspicion. No, wait, it's not what it looks like. I was just trying to get a better view of the water. I haven't lost my mind, I swear. Wait here. I sprang to my feet, grabbed a bucket and a net from my backpack, and returned to the riverbank. Carefully, I submerged the net into the water and swept it upward in one swift motion. Got one. Look, Karen. This is a tiny lobster. Its claws are so long. I wonder if people don't eat these here. Or maybe they're just locally consumed and don't make it to market. Inside the net was a translucent, palm-sized crustacean. As Karen noted, its long claws were a distinctive feature, so distinctive, in fact, that it gave the creature its name back on Earth. It's called a tenegibi, a long-arm shrimp. If you fry them whole, they're delicious and go perfectly with alcohol. Really? That's great. On Earth, tenegibi are nocturnal and don't gather near riverbanks in broad daylight like this. Maybe their habits are completely different in this world. Or perhaps our stone-turning and fish-catching activities stirred them from their rest, causing them to flee to the shallows. Let's take some back with us. There are so many here, we can split up and catch them together. Got it. I'm so glad. Karen gave a soft smile, and we nodded at each other before I tightened my grip on the net. Mint, Chocola, come over here. Let's catch some shrimp together. Waving my arms enthusiastically like a child, I called out to them, excitement bubbling over. Chapter 62.5. By the way, tomorrow. There were a lot of tenegibi, and we carried them home with us. Fortunately, this spot was relatively close to our house, and with body-strengthening magic, it didn't take long to get back. If we ever felt like eating river shrimp again, we could easily drop by and catch some. Though we didn't find any ayu, this hike wasn't without its rewards. That evening, the tenegibi became the highlight of our dinner. We prepared them in two ways, kakiage and deep-fried whole, a perfect snack to go with drinks, as Karen had requested. Karen, who had made the request, helped me with the cooking. We started with the kakiage. Thinly sliced onions, carrots, and burdock root, along with prepped tenegibi, herbs, and mushrooms, were mixed together. We coated the mixture with a batter made from flour and potato starch dissolved in chilled water. The key to making good kakiage is to lightly dust the vegetables with flour beforehand, work quickly without overmixing the batter, and ensure the water stays cold. Overmixing or letting the temperature rise too much can make the batter sticky and ruin the texture. Using a ladle, I scooped small portions of the mixture and fried them in oil. The shrimp shells turned a beautiful cherry blossom pink, combining with the carrots to create brightly colored fritters. As for the remaining shrimp, we simply deep-fried them. In terms of savoring the pure flavor of the shrimp, this might have been the main attraction. Hey, Sway, do you think I could make this deep-fried shrimp on my own? Karen, assisting with the cooking, suddenly asked me this. On your own? Yeah. Is it difficult? Well, frying can be dangerous, but the induction cooktop we used had a temperature control function, so it wouldn't catch fire as long as it was set properly. Even if oil splattered, my barrier magic would protect her. If I'm here to watch, you'll be fine. I see. So I can't do it without you after all. It's not that you can't, but just in case. Why do you ask? Oh, no particular reason. Just wondering. I see. Just wondering, huh? Karen was gradually getting more comfortable in the kitchen. Maybe she was starting to feel ready to try making something on her own. Since deep frying is relatively straightforward, she might have thought it would be a good place to start. As we talked, the sliding glass door to the living room opened, and Mint peeked in. Is dinner ready? How are the shrimp? Almost there. Get ready to eat. Got it. Chocola, come here. Mint will wipe your paws. Bark. Mint and Chocola, who had been playing outside, made a cheerful fuss on the porch while I turned to Karen. It's done. Could you get the plates ready? Okay. Dinner that night featured tenagibi kakiage and deep-fried shrimp, along with chilled tofu, miso soup, and a refreshing salad to balance the rich flavors of the fried dishes. The crispy, aromatic shrimp delighted everyone at the table, and we thoroughly enjoyed our meal as a family. Section 3 days after our hiking trip. It was early afternoon, and with nothing in particular to do, I was lounging in the living room, playing with Chocola. Having just returned from a walk, Chocola was fully relaxed. He sprawled out on his back like a frog, completely at ease, so I scratched under his chin. Kiyu. FS who? You're such a master of extremes, aren't you? On or off, nothing in between. Kiyu. His body was slack, his gaze fixed on nothing in particular, and his tongue hung lazily out of his slightly open mouth. You look so cool when you're alert, though. Kuan. Well, this side of you is still very much Chocola. I scratched his belly, and his eyes narrowed in pleasure. At that moment, the living room door opened. Sway, do you have a moment? What's up? Karen stepped inside, glanced at Chocola, and chuckled at his froggy pose. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Plans? I don't think so. We're not due for a shopping trip, and there's nothing pressing to do around the house. Good. Then don't go anywhere tomorrow, just stay home. Sure, but why? It was an unusual request. Stay home? Why would she ask that? I tilted my head in confusion, and Karen sighed. Did you forget? Forget what? Did we make plans? Unbelievable. We've talked about this before, about how we don't have a tradition for this, so we'd need to keep track of it ourselves. Even Vile-sama reminded me about it. But the person it's all about doesn't even remember. What are you talking about? Was there something I'd forgotten? I tried to recall, but Karen narrowed her eyes gently and said, Check the calendar on your phone. Tomorrow is your birthday, am I right? Ah. I froze. I quickly grabbed my phone from the table, unlocked it, opened my notes, and checked the date in Japanese terms. April 19th, tomorrow is April 20th. April 20th. Just as Karen said, it would be my 20th birthday. Wait, but last year. And your birthday, or mother's birthday. That's right. In our culture, we don't celebrate on the exact date of birth. It's usually done in the same season or month instead. But this year is different. Karen walked over to stand behind the sofa where I was sitting. She tousled my hair, then wrapped her arms around my neck in a hug. Resting her chin on my head, she continued, You've said it so many times before, no drinking until you're 20. That's the custom in Japan, and it's what you've believed in and followed all this time. So we waited. This year, we decided to celebrate your birthday on the actual date. Mother too? Tomorrow, don't go anywhere. With a mischievous yet cheerful tone, Karen released me and stepped back. We'll celebrate your birthday, drink together, and make some snacks. Honestly, we wanted to handle everything in secret, but frying shrimp can be dangerous, so you'll have to supervise. Ah. Yeah. Karen's smile bloomed like a flower, and all I could manage was a weak response. Even though she had told me in advance, it was still the sweetest surprise. Chapter 62.6. Surrounded by everyone. In this world, there were no age restrictions for drinking alcohol. Of course, parents would discourage their children from drinking at a young age, but by the time they were 15 or 16, most were left to their own devices. For example, Lila-san, who was 17, drank casually without hesitation, and no one around her found it strange. In fact, it was far rarer for someone to abstain from drinking until they were 20. So there was no real reason for me to avoid alcohol. If asked why I hadn't started drinking earlier, the only explanation I could give was a vague sense of personal resolve. Having grown up in Japan from the age of 5 until I turned 18, I had been told for 13 years, you can't drink until you're 20. Tossing that rule aside just because I was now living in another world didn't sit right with me. Of course, it wasn't like I was particularly eager to drink anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. But still, I had decided not to drink until I turned 20. I'd told everyone around me as much, and that's why Mother and Karen had been mindful of it. They waited to celebrate my birthday, a date we usually observed loosely by the month or season, on the exact day this year. Section. Sway, how does this look? Yeah, looks good. Just make sure the river shrimp are fully cooked. They might carry parasites. Karen was in the kitchen, frying the river shrimp and freshwater crabs. Under my supervision, she worked mostly on her own, with minimal help from me. She had gone out late last night to catch the shrimp and crabs by herself. By the time I woke up this morning, the live crustaceans were already sitting in a bucket by the sink. Now, as the beautifully fried shrimp and crabs were plated, Karen looked at her work with a satisfied expression. At that moment, I sensed a large figure landing outside in the yard. Mother, welcome back. Bark. Hearing Mint and Chocola's excited voices welcoming her, I stepped out onto the porch and into the garden. Welcome back, Mother. And gee Liz, thanks for going out of your way. No problem. It's nothing. Mint, could you tell Karen to take the meat out of the fridge for me? Yeah. Carrying the luggage in her arms, Mother touched down gracefully and gave Mint her instructions. Mint raised her hand energetically in acknowledgement and dashed back into the house. So, it's your birthday, huh? Dragons don't really observe such customs, but I'm honored to help celebrate it in some small way. That means a lot to me. Thanks. Just then, Mint came running back, carrying a large package in both hands. Gee Liz, here. It's big deer, leg meat, she said. Oh, Mint, thanks for bringing it. This'll be a great treat for the little ones back home. Mine orc, G-Ness, how they? They're doing great. You should come visit again sometime. Like. Mint giggled and gave G-Liz a playful hug, which he accepted with a grin before spreading his wings. He took off and flew back to his village. I felt a little bad for having him make such a hectic round trip. As we watched him leave, Mother turned to me with a smile. Suikuen, is Karen's cooking ready? Yeah, she just finished everything a little while ago. Perfect timing. Let's get started, then. And so, I was told, you're the guest of honor, Suikuen, and seated on the sofa as if I were royalty. As I waited, an array of dishes was brought to the table. Fried river shrimp and freshwater crabs. Sesame tofu. A platter of cheese and dried fruits. Kimpira, stir-fried burdock root. Duck confit. Bread served with garlic sauce. And an assortment of colorful cakes. It was early evening, and every dish doubled as both dinner and snacks to accompany alcohol. The kimpira had been prepared in advance, and the sesame tofu was something I had made earlier in the day. Karen had cooked the fried dishes and the confit, while Mother had picked up the rest from Sidera. As for the cakes, they had apparently been specially ordered from Skylark Pavilion. I'd have to thank Tomo-san for taking on the task despite being busy. This is amazing. It feels like I'm at a fancy restaurant. Watching the dishes being laid out on the table, I couldn't help but smile. Usually, our meals followed the Japanese style, a main dish with rice and sides. But once in a while, something like this was nice too. Eating a little at a time, enjoying drinks, and letting the evening stretch out at a leisurely pace. I wondered if this was the kind of dining Mother and Karen had been accustomed to during their time in the royal capital. Sway, this, from Mint, Chocola, and Pochi. I had been wondering why the center of the table was left empty. Then Mint came into the living room, carrying a vase. Inside were a variety of colorful flowers. They're so beautiful. Did all of you go and pick them? Thank you, Mint. Mufu. Bark. You too, Chocola. Oh, Pochi's here as well? Kururu. Looking toward the porch, I saw Pochi's round, curious eyes peeking inside. Karen carried a salad over to where the little dragon chirped happily. Eventually, the flowers were placed at the center of the table, the dishes were fully arranged, and Mother returned holding a bottle of wine. Glasses were handed out. The cork was pulled, releasing a rich aroma that filled the living room. Suekuan, this wine was sent to us by Aunt Ceralind during the winter. It's a 20-year-old bottle from Nurtep. Nurtep. That name referred to a town south of the royal capital. Known for its mild climate, the town was famous for its wine. 25 years ago, there had been a house on the outskirts of that town. A lone Western-style home, standing quietly in a field. The land where I was born, and the wine from the year I was born. Back then, your father and I assumed we'd just keep living there, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Mother said, tilting the wine bottle gently. We thought we could buy a bottle anytime when the time came. But now, it's such a distant place. Even the wine's price has risen quite a bit in the meantime. If Aunt had already ordered it back in winter, then… Yes, she's quite attentive, thanks to her time serving in the royal court. The liquid pouring into the glass was a deep crimson. Its aroma, distinctly different from juice, made me feel slightly dizzy, though it wasn't just the alcohol that caused it. Mint was served a milkshake, Chocola had milk placed in his bowl, and a salad was set down in front of Pochi. Mother glanced around the room, looking at each of us, before finally speaking. Suekuan, happy 20th birthday. Chapter 62.7. That day, April 20th. At Mint's spot, there was a milkshake. At Chocola's, a bowl of milk. And in front of Pochi, a salad had been placed. Meanwhile, Mother carefully poured wine into the glasses in turn. Into my glass. Into Karen's glass. Into her own glass. And then, into a fourth glass. Once everything was ready, Mother looked around at everyone's faces and said, Suekuan. Happy 20th birthday. Section. Clink. The sound of glasses touching filled the room. Happy birthday. First, I clinked glasses with Mother. Happy birthday, Sway. Next, with Karen's glass. You. Then, with Mint's cup. Bark. Lightly, I touched Chocola's forehead with my glass. Kiuru. And I gently tapped Pochi's horn. Finally, at last, I picked up the wine-filled glass placed on the table, the one meant for Father. Father. I'm 20 years old now. I raised it in a toast, reporting the milestone to him. And suddenly, a memory came back to me. Hey, is alcohol tasty? I wonder, how old was I back then? It must have been when I was still in Japan, so I was at least 6. But I don't think I'd started cooking yet, so I must have been younger than 12. It was during one of Father's evening drinks, as he sipped a can of beer, that I had asked him, Is alcohol tasty? What's this, Sway? Do you want to try some? Not really. I'm just curious. It's bitter. Bitter? Why would you drink something bitter on purpose? Well, because that bitterness tastes good. That's strange. That was it. Just a trivial, insignificant conversation. I hadn't forgotten it. It was simply buried beneath the countless everyday moments of our lives, too ordinary to stand out. It was nothing more than a conversation on a day like any other. What followed after that is hazy in my memory, but I remember Father said something. He spoke quietly, with a slight smile, as he gently patted my head. While gazing somewhere far away, he said, When you turn 20, I hope we can drink together as with family. With family? Kazukuan said that. Yeah. I thought it was a little strange. Since it was just the two of us, normally, he would have said, with you. Back then, I had lost my memories of Mother and Karen. But still, to drink together with family. Uncle was thinking of you, Vial-sama, and me, too. He wanted to celebrate Sway's 20th birthday together as a family. Karen's quiet words linger in the air. Everyone's gaze shifts to the glass sitting on the table. Mother, Karen, even Mint, Chocola, and Pochi. All of them look at the glass meant for Father. So I smiled amidst the calm. It came true, Father. I raised the wine-filled glass, thinking back to the faint remnants of the past I saw in the kitchen a month ago. It wasn't just the grave in the garden, or the lock of hair buried beneath the soil. It was in every corner of this house. Right here, in this moment. Our whole family is here. Everyone is celebrating my 20th birthday together. I raised the glass to my lips. Tilting it back, I took a full drink. Wine made from grapes harvested the year I was born, in the land of my birth. The taste. I couldn't tell if it was good or bad. My senses couldn't make sense of it. The aroma of grapes was comforting, the bitterness that spread in my mouth was surprisingly not unpleasant, and the warmth of the alcohol sliding down my throat, along with the dizziness that faintly shook my mind. But more than that, I could feel the thoughts behind it. Father's dream. Mother's planning. Karen's cooking. Mint's watchful gaze. Chocola's companionship. Pochi's presence at my side. And Grandma's kindness in ordering the wine. I drank it all in, along with the wine itself, down to the last drop. Suekuen, are you okay? That was your first time. I'm fine. I could tell because it was my own body. It seemed my magic could manipulate the effects of alcohol as well. By tweaking causality, I could let myself experience just enough intoxication to enjoy it safely, cutting off anything beyond that. Setting the now empty glass on the table, I encouraged everyone. Let's eat. Everyone went to so much effort to prepare this. And so, the party began. Section. Delicious. Crunchy. Crispy. Like mint chewed on deep-fried prawn and crabs, clearly enjoying the texture. Did Karen make this too? You're really getting the hang of it. Mother, impressed, savored the duck confit. Hehe, but I'm still far from being as good as Sway. I'll never catch up to him. Karen, sipping wine slowly while nibbling on sesame tofu as her snack. Bark. Nom nom nom. Chocola devoured his dog food eagerly. Kiuru kiuru. And Pochi happily barked while munching on his salad at his own pace. Indeed, it tastes better with the wine. I snacked on dish after dish, enjoying how they paired with the wine. From now on, I want to think about these combinations and study seasonings more. There was so much food, and on top of that, dessert with cake was still to come. As the family chatted away happily, I thought about the past 20 years. 5 years spent born into this different world. 13 years spent in Japan after my transmigration. And then a full year since coming back here. Adding up the fractions of time, it made exactly 20 years. I thought it had been a tumultuous life, even by my own standards. Separated by death and distance, then reunited, welcomed, new lives born, and new encounters. But I think the longer part of my life is yet to come. I think my future will be much longer than my past. Perhaps. This moment is the accumulation of everything up to now, a milestone, and also a new beginning. Section. Mother, smiling happily, quietly clinked her glass with Father's wine glass. So I too, quietly. I closed my eyes and, in my heart, I spoke. Father, Mother, thank you for raising me up to this point. I'm 20 years old. I've become an adult. So, please take care of me from now on too. Chapter 62, Interlude 1, Happiness in the Office, Cerulean's Cupboard. The Royal Magic Academy, Boundary Fusion Phenomenon Research Bureau. This bureau, established 14 years ago, is the newest division within the Academy. As its name suggests, it is designated as a specialized institution focused on boundary fusion phenomena. However, in reality, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as the private bureau of its former director, Viol Elamuker Hateno. To put it more bluntly and unceremoniously, it was a place where the so-called Heavenly Belle, which leveraged the kingdom's resources solely to reunite with her family, a rather selfish and high-handed operation at its core. That said, it wasn't entirely devoid of benefits for the kingdom. For one, having the continent's most powerful mage, the Heavenly Belle Witch, affiliated with the Bureau was a significant political and strategic asset. Additionally, as the Bureau operated entirely on Viol's personal funds, it incurred no financial burden on the kingdom. Furthermore, The various facilities developed for detecting and pinpointing boundary fusion phenomena contributed immensely to the kingdom's advancements in magical technology. And beyond that, since her goal was achieved last year, the Boundary Fusion Phenomenon Research Bureau has shifted its focus dramatically. The Bureau now collaborates on monitoring the void forest near Sidira village, and by extension, the Divine Will's broth contained within it. In other words, the Bureau has begun contributing to the prevention of the emergence of a demon king, effectively steering itself into a role that safeguards world peace. Section: Sidira Village. Boundary Fusion Phenomenon Research Bureau, Sidira Branch, Office. Seralind Mukher, the branch director, let out a sigh as she stared at the towering stacks of approval documents and reports. Phew. She unconsciously rubbed her stiff shoulders. Still, the bulk of her tasks involved approving requisitions and ordering supplies, so compared to her days in the royal capital, the work was light enough to hum along to. Back then, she had been bogged down with negotiating and handling friction with other bureaus, attending ceremonies and meetings, and managing politically charged duties. Many of the complications caused by her niece, Viol's ambitious plans, had fallen on Seralind to smooth over and bring to a soft landing. In that sense, looking after my niece hasn't really changed. She smiled wryly to herself. Since arriving here, Seralind's work could be summarized as one overarching mission: supporting Viol, who had relocated to the depths of the Void Forest, and by extension, the Hateno family. The details were varied: managing Viol's personal assets, coordinating and dispatching support supplies, and maintaining the systems monitoring the Void Forest. All of these tasks were tied to the Hateno family, meaning her role essentially revolved around assisting them. "I'm sorry for making you so busy, Grandma." So, had she heard her sigh? The guest in the office hung her head apologetically. Seralind looked up and smiled. "This isn't something you need to worry about. If anything, it's work I enjoy. But you seem so tired. Viol, your mother, has always been like this, pushing all her troubles onto me. It's true that it can be exhausting and makes my shoulders ache, but I'm happy for it." After swiftly signing off on the authorization forms, she turned her gaze toward her grandniece, Sway, who was sitting shyly on the sofa. "There, all done. Sorry to keep you waiting. Grandma, tired?" Mint massaged shoulders. "Oh my, would you? That would make me very happy." Mint, who had been brought along by Sway, jumped to her feet and clung to Seralind's waist. Seralind stroked her head and hugged her back. "Come, sit here." As Mint beckoned her, Seralind moved to the sofa. Mint then slipped behind her, small hands reaching up to grasp her shoulders. "Like this?" "Yes, just a bit stronger would be good." "Like this?" "Ah, yes, that's perfect. It feels wonderful." Mint's small hands kneaded her shoulders with a steady rhythm, squeezing and releasing. The earnest way she worked made Seralind's eyes soften involuntarily. She sometimes massaged Mother's shoulders, too. She seems to enjoy it. "When me squeeze like this, hard parts get all soft and squishy." "Oh my, Mint, you're so clever." Mufufu. The Alworn born with the magical power of the Hateno family was a being not of human origin, yet her heart was no different from that of a human child, gentle, cheerful, and adorable. What's more, as she grew, Mint had absorbed some of Seralind's magical power, making it a part of herself. She had accepted Seralind as family, too. "That's enough now. My shoulders feel so much lighter." "Thank you, Mint. You're a genius at shoulder massages, Mint." Her once heavy and stiff shoulders now felt as light as feathers, and her mind seemed sharper, too. Even the massage parlors in the royal capital couldn't compare. It wasn't favoritism for her granddaughter. No, Mint was likely using some kind of magic unconsciously. Mint skipped around to Seralind's side and plopped herself down beside her, leaning in to rest against her. "What a little sweetheart you are." Ahihi. The unwavering trust of a small child, how warm, comforting, and joyful it was. Seralind's cheeks softened into a gentle smile. "Thank you for the wine, Grandma. It seems you'd been preparing it for me for quite some time." Sway cast a tender gaze toward Mint and spoke. "It's fine. Honestly, I wish I could have been there on the day, but You were busy, so I couldn't ask for the impossible. Besides, in this world, it doesn't really have to be the exact day, does it? With a playful smile, he crouched down, reaching into the backpack at his feet and pulling out a wine bottle. Yes, the one Grandma arranged for me. It was a 20-year-old Nurtep, a wine from Sway's birthplace and his birth year. The bottle was more than half empty, hinting that his family had enjoyed it together last night. And then Sway, her beloved niece's son, gazed at her with a shy yet expectant look. His dark eyes gleamed as he asked, "I was hoping to share it with you too, Grandma. Do you think it's inappropriate while you're working? Well, if it's not a good time, I can come back after you've finished." "No, in that case, let's call it a day for work." Saralind stood up and walked over to the cupboard, retrieving 2 wine glasses meant for guests. As she held the glasses, her gaze briefly fell on a wine bottle stored in the back of the cupboard, the one she had opened last night. It was the same 20-year-old Nurtep she had given to Viol. Saralind had chosen it so that, even while far away, she could celebrate Sway's birth with the same wine as his family. She had quietly drunk it alone in her study. "It seems our thoughts reached one another. Grandma, it's nothing. Let's have some snacks prepared. And milk for Chocola." "Snacks? Grandma, really? Bark. It wouldn't be fair for only Sway and me to enjoy something delicious. We must take our time together with everyone." After closing the cupboard, she placed the wine glasses on the table, patted Mint and Chocola on their heads in turn, and entrusted the attendant waiting outside with the task of bringing snacks and milk. Then Saralind gently kissed the top of Sway's head. "Sway, congratulations. May you continue to be healthy and happy." "Thank you. I will live healthily and happily. And of course, with you by my side, Grandma." Sway's bashful, childlike smile was endearing. To Saralind, it seemed as though no matter how old Sway became, he would always look like this in her eyes, just as her niece, who outwardly appeared older than Saralind, still did. When the snacks and milk arrived, Mint's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Chocola wagged his tail enthusiastically. They all toasted, and Saralind tipped her glass at the same time as Sway. As the warm alcohol spread through her chest, it was accompanied by a different kind of warmth, one that came from the heart. Chapter 62, Interlude 2, To the Cute Children. "By the way, Grandma, what kind of person is Princess Unia?" After their toast, while enjoying the wine and nibbling on snacks, they spent some time chatting about casual topics. In the midst of their conversation, Sway suddenly asked Saralind this question. "Haven't Viol or Karen told you anything about her?" "I asked them, and they did talk about her, but in the end, they both said you'd know more, Grandma." Sway smiled wryly as he bit into a baked treat. Unia, Noah's own son, Mint, still clinging to Saralind's side, chimed in proudly. "Oh my, you know quite a bit, don't you? Mother said so. She coming visit? She mentioned wanting to come to play. Mint, will you be able to greet her with pleasure?" "Can. Want. Well then, when that time comes, we'll greet her together, won't we?" As Mint's innocent face lit up with excitement, Saralind gently patted her on the head and nodded. "It's true that I may know Princess Unia better than they do. I used to tutor the royal children in magic, after all. Saralind was once the head of the Royal Academy of Magic and one of the kingdom's most renowned magic users. Known as the Sub-Zero Witch, her name was synonymous with the pinnacle of magical expertise in Sork's kingdom before Viol, Karen, and eventually Sway rose to prominence. Now, that same name has faded into obscurity, hasn't it? In truth, her magical prowess had not diminished. In fact, her skills had sharpened further with age. However, compared to the extraordinary talents of Viol, Karen, and Sway, Saralind now found herself trailing behind. Even so, when it came to teaching magic, not only had she mentored the princes and princesses, but even the current king and queen were once her pupils. As a result, she was well acquainted with their personalities and temperaments. Princess Unia is a gentle person. However, when it comes to food, she has a tendency to become singularly focused, even obsessive at times. Idle-sama often found himself in a difficult position because of it. "Idle-san? Who's that?" "He is an adopted son of their majesties, the king and queen. Although born as a commoner, he is extraordinarily intelligent and now serves as the kingdom's prime minister. If I recall correctly, he should be 5 or 6 years older than you. A prime minister at just 25 or 26. That's incredible. If his feelings haven't changed since I last saw him, Princess Unia and Idle-sama are deeply in love with each other. I imagine Idle-sama must be troubled by her desire to visit Sidera. Ah, I see. As the prime minister, he probably can't leave the capital so easily. Sway immediately caught on to Serilin's implication. Exactly. If the princess comes here, I'm certain Idle-sama will accompany her. However, I'm unsure how long the prime minister can afford to be away from the capital. Most likely, no more than 10 days or perhaps 2 weeks, and that only after careful planning. But the princess's purpose is likely as simple as wanting to taste some delicious food. As for the prime minister, he simply cannot bear to let the one he loves travel alone. However, when a member of the royal family and the prime minister coordinate their schedules, it necessitates creating an official pretext for the visit. And creating such a pretext inevitably brings political undercurrents with it. If you or anyone else in your family has any reservations, I can decline on your behalf. No matter how innocent or straightforward their intentions may be, no matter how genuine their motives may seem, if even the slightest political fallout were to trouble Sway and his loved ones, Serilind would have to intervene. She could not allow any clouds to dim the happiness of her beloved grandnephew. A brief silence followed. Eventually, Sway smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. It's fine. As long as the other party isn't overexerting themselves, I don't mind having them over. Are you sure? Yes, because, when you were talking about Princess Unia and the Prime Minister, Grandma, you had such a kind look in your eyes. His jet-black eyes, calm and serene like a starless night, gazed steadily at Serilind. They reflected an unwavering trust in her as family. If any political complications end up causing trouble for me, Mother will surely step in and deal with it. And besides, we have Noah, who is a member of the royal family himself. So I'm not particularly worried about that. What I was concerned about was, what if the princess were a selfish person? If it were just us, it wouldn't be a big deal, but I didn't want her to inconvenience the people of Sidera. But watching you, Grandma, I feel like that won't be a problem. Sway, please let Princess Unia and the Prime Minister know they're always welcome to visit. I've already gotten Mother's permission, too. Sway's cheerful smile, so full of confidence, transformed him into a figure who seemed far more dependable than before, a fully capable adult in his own right. Yes, indeed. Grandma. Perhaps noticing the sentiment in Serilind's expression, Mint looked up at her with a puzzled tilt of the head. Princess Unia and Idle-sama are both wonderful children. Every bit as wonderful as Mint and Sway. So perhaps there's no need for this old woman to worry so much after all. Serilind's mind wandered to memories of Unia and Idle in their youth. To that little girl who could barely contain her excitement for their tea parties, fidgeting impatiently throughout her magic lessons. And to the boy, once still bearing the manners of a commoner, who had hung on Serilind's every word, determined not to miss a single detail. When teaching magic to young, unpolished students, Serilind couldn't help but see glimpses of her departed child. The memories would rise unbidden, the face, the voice, the presence she had lost. The pain, sorrow, and grief would follow. But when those children grew, when they became dignified, capable adults, it was as if her lost child stood beside her again, praising her. "Mother, you're amazing," they would say, smiling and proud. It was a warmth unlike any other, gentle, soothing, and profoundly kind. Section. Serilind Mukare was a witch revered not just in the kingdom but across the history of the entire continent. For over half a century, she served the kingdom, earning the admiration of countless mages. Among her students were not only the royal offspring but also many of the most distinguished mages of her time. The Sub-Zero witch was cherished not only by Sorx's mightiest mage, Heavenly Belle, but also by Calm Spring, her equal in renown. Even those who later rose to greatness under their own titles, like Overwhelming Knight and Yuka, held her in deep respect. And yet, Serilind herself cared nothing for the fame she had garnered in future generations, nor was she particularly aware of her own achievements. All she did was offer a gentle smile, tenderly stroking the heads of young children. I'm looking forward to seeing those two again after so long. Oh, Mint, are your sweets gone already? If you're still hungry, you're welcome to have mine. Chapter 63. The bonito of another world is huge. Chapter 63.1. To the Dragon Village after a long time. More than a month had passed since our last long journey. In other words, it had also been a month since Pochi last pulled the lizard carriage. I bet the lack of activity has been building up some stress. That's true. If we wait around too long, the rainy season will start. You're right about that. And, honestly, I've started craving some seafood again. Bark. Plus, G-Liz sent us an invitation. Bark bark. Alright then, let's go to the Dragon Village. Kururururu. Kairurururu. And so, with Pochi's growing restlessness over the past few days as additional motivation, we decided to take a trip to the Dragon Village. Section. Pochi never ceases to amaze me. The carriage's fully loaded with cargo, and yet he's pulling it along like it's nothing. Kurururu. Pochi, strong. Since joining our family, his magic power capacity has grown significantly. I'd say he's already far beyond the average Tarrasque in terms of power. Taking advantage of the pleasant spring season, we had hunted plenty of game to bring as gifts for the dragons. The carriage was packed to the brim, including cooking ingredients and seasonings so I could prepare some homemade dishes for them. Even so, Pochi pulled it all with ease, looking as if he were thoroughly enjoying himself as he confidently marched through the forest. I sat on the coachman's seat holding the reins, with Karen by my side. Mint, in high spirits, rode atop Pochi's back. Chocola kept pace with Pochi, trotting briskly, while Mother relaxed inside the carriage, absorbed in a book. And then there was one more companion joining us on this trip. Wow, this is actually pretty fun. The cheerful voice came from Alice-san, who peeked out from the carriage behind me with a look of excitement. This takes me back. It reminds me of the journeys I went on a long time ago. Did you use lizard carriage for travel 2,000 years ago as well? Yeah, though I don't remember them having horns like Pochi's. They were more like Protoceratops, maybe? Could that be due to the world's transformation? Possibly. But the horns are so cool. Kyuru. Pochi let out a curious chirp, tilting his head as if he understood the compliment. The harness connecting Pochi to the lizard carriage included a set of horn covers. By attaching the reins not only to the body but also to the horns, it allowed draft animals to exert more power and made it easier for the driver to communicate commands. Considering the size of Tarrasque, which were significantly larger than horses, the design was highly practical and well thought out. If the horns had emerged after the world-altering event 2,000 years ago, then perhaps they reflected human needs for using Tarrasque as working animals. Or maybe, just maybe, they were the realization of the Tarrasque's own desire to live alongside humans as draft beasts. I didn't know which it was, but I like to think it was the latter. By the way, Alice-san, the trip will take about 3 days. What are your plans for the nights? I'll stay with you for at least one night. It's been ages since I've gone camping, and I'd like to do that. Of course, if something comes up, I'll have to pop over to Alfheim to take care of it. Alice-san chuckled, glancing around at the trees in the forest. Despite her relaxed demeanor, she was incredibly busy. She managed the affairs of Alfheim, spent time with Color-san, met with Dolce-san, and played with the fairy children. Thanks to her frequent use of Tur-Na Nog, she had become a completely unpredictable elf who could appear and disappear anywhere. They say the more I use 4 Seasons Anywhere door to travel, the closer I become to a fairy myself. She had mentioned this the other day. That's why I've decided to use it as much as possible. I didn't believe eternal life was necessarily a good thing. But at the same time, I understood the desire not to leave loved ones behind in loneliness. If I were in her position, I'd likely make the same decision. So, we didn't comment on her choices. We simply spent time with her as friends. Isn't there a large bay to the north, carved deeply inland? I think that wasn't there 2,000 years ago. Do you think it was caused by the battles back then? Not sure. I vaguely remember my husband using some massive spell in that area, though. Either way, I'm really looking forward to the seafood we'll find there. Alice's voice was casual, as if she were reminiscing about nothing more than a passing moment. The possibility that a spell from 2,000 years ago could reshape the coastline was a stark reminder of the power she and her companions once wielded. And yet, in this moment, her thoughts were filled with nothing more than the joy of sharing a meal. It felt like I had heard something quite significant, but it was brushed off so casually. Well, if they don't remember it clearly, there's no point in probing further now. How long has it been since we had seafood? I haven't had any since I revived in the present times, of course, and before that. I couldn't even remember when. The dashi you made, Suikuan, almost brought me to tears. I couldn't help but smile at that. I've always been half skeptical, but I really didn't think people ate that seaweed in Japan. Karen, furrowing her brows but with a slightly relieved expression, spoke up. Wait, she was still half skeptical. Did she think I was just acting quirky? I'll be able to make sashimi for you. Really? Amazing. You're awesome. Ah. But, does that mean you have soy sauce? Yes, I packed some in the lizard carriage. It's a shame I still haven't found any wasabi. This is the best. There are a lot of fish around here that are similar to the ones we get in Japan. I'd love to have some yellowtail, but I'm not sure if it's in season. Well, we'll see once we get there. It'll be a nice surprise. Raw fish was really an everyday thing for you. What kind of country did Sway grow up in? Karen, still a bit distant and with her cheek twitching, muttered with a perplexed expression. But you said it was delicious, too. I've made kelp-cured fish a few times, haven't I? Well, yes, but I thought it was more of a delicacy. I didn't realize it was an everyday food. Alice couldn't help but giggle at our back and forth, clearly finding it amusing. I'm so excited. By the way, Karen-chan, do you know what squid and octopus are? What are those? Foo. I wonder if we'll be able to catch some at the seaside of the village. Please, don't give me a heart attack. We'll have to ease into it, one step at a time. I remembered seeing some strange creatures, like starfish-like beings with indescribable shapes. As we continued chatting away about these topics, the lizard carriage trundled onward. The journey in the spring was peaceful and leisurely, and most importantly, it was filled with joy. Chapter 63.2 Run around with it on your head. 3 days later, we safely arrived at the dragon's village. As promised, Alice-san camped with us on the first night. However, by the next morning, she had been whisked away to Alfheim by Four Seasons-san and didn't return until we reached our destination. Though I had heard how busy she was, seeing it firsthand made me realize just how much she had on her plate. Still, she mentioned that things would soon settle down. Considering how long she had been fighting, I truly hoped she could enjoy a peaceful life. Anyway, whoa, this view is incredible. Right on cue, Alice-san returned just in time for our arrival, her excitement bubbling over as she took in the stunning scenery of the dragon's village. Terraced fields, pastures, charming cottages, and the vast, open sea. You don't come across a place like this every day. It's an honor to hear such praise from the progenitor elf. Ah, drop the formalities, mine are. I owe a great debt and carry a heavy sin towards your husband's family, or rather, your entire lineage. I'm not someone worthy of being revered. Please, don't call it a sin. Our ancestors certainly wouldn't have wanted you to think of it that way. Liz and mine are exchanged warm smiles with Alice-san. 2,000 years ago, Dia, who had been turned into a demon king, was Liz's great-great-grandfather. His mother, in turn, had been one of Alice-san's dearest friends. The bond between Alice-san and the dragons had been severed for centuries, but now, against all odds, it had been miraculously restored. I hoped it could become a source of warmth and happiness for all of them. Thank you. All right, then. I'll be in your care for a while. Let's make the most of this. Alice-san briefly bit her lip, but then her face broke into a dazzling smile. Meanwhile, mine orc, Ness, you bigger. Really? I don't notice it myself. Well, maybe not mine are, but my wings have definitely grown. Just as we arrived, Mint was already playing with the dragon siblings, who seemed just slightly larger than the last time we'd seen them. It seemed they were in their growth phase. As I observed them, Karen walked over to Mine-Ork-chan and hugged her tightly from behind. What? Karen-san, what's gotten into you? Yeah, you feel different. Seeing Karen's expression, I immediately understood why she did it. And as I realized it, I felt the same. Hey, what's going on, Nishan? I walked over to G-Ness, who was fluttering his wings and hovering slightly in the air. Without a word, I grabbed him under his arms and lifted him up, placing him atop my head. You've really grown. You feel heavier. But I guess I'm still the one carrying you, right? You think so? Are you sure you can handle me, Nishan? As long as you don't fall off, I'll be fine. Think you can hold on tight? Alright, let's race over there, then. Me and Nishan, Karen and Nei-chan, Mint and... You'll team up with Chocola. Alright. Chocola, ride on. Bark. Got it. Mine-Ork, hold on tight. Oh okay. Mint eagerly climbed onto Chocola, full of excitement, while Karen adjusted her grip on Mine-Ork with a determined look. G-Ness, perched on my head, turned around and shouted. Alice Nichan, give us the signal. You shouldn't ask our guest for. It's fine. It's really fine, Minar-san. Behind us, Alice-san's voice quivered slightly, her emotions barely contained. Yet, I could sense a joyful warmth in her tone. All right, everyone ready? On your marks. Get set. Go. With that, we all burst into a sprint. Whoa, fast. And bumpy. Hold on tight. Don't let go. As we raced, my thoughts drifted to that moment, the torrent of magical power and the fleeting glimpse of 2,000 years ago. I recalled Alice-san's heart as she stood before G-Dia-san as a hatchling. Holding him, placing him on her head, running alongside him, dreaming of the day he'd grow big enough to soar through the skies with her. That's how she must have spent her time with him. And now, before they grew too big, we wanted to enjoy these small, endearing friends while they were still little. Section. After playing with the young dragons in the pasture for a while, Pochi, who had been freed from his harness, sauntered over. He grazed lazily for a bit before lying down and shutting his eyes, drifting off into a light doze. Hey, let's go over there. Pochi worked hard, so we shouldn't bother him. Bark, Kuan. Yeah, he hasn't slept since last night. Tarasques like Pochi can pull a load tirelessly for a full day and night, but that doesn't mean they don't get tired. Though he seemed to enjoy the journey, even a Tarasque would feel the effects of a 3-day trip. Pochi, before bed, drink water? I gave him plenty as soon as we arrived. Mint's thoughtful care for Pochi was truly kind. By the way, Nishan, the Lamias should be back from fishing soon. Oh, then let's all go greet them. Yeah, let's go. Ooh, will we get to see the sea fish? Definitely. I wonder what kinds they caught. Lately, they've been saying it's a bountiful haul, so you're in for a treat. G-Ness puffed out his chest proudly, as though he had caught the fish himself. A plentiful catch. What wonderful news. Come to think of it, it's been almost a year since we defeated that mutant species in this very sea. That was right before the rainy season. Back then, I missed out on the springtime fish. This year, though, I'm finally going to enjoy it. Chapter 63.3, Blue Sky, Beach, Big Catch. We dove down the slope of the cliff. Unlike the first time I came here, when I cautiously picked my way down, this time, I practically leapt down the slope like it was a game of Kenkenpa. A year of living in this other world has really changed me. With physical enhancement magic, bounding down the slope wasn't much harder than playing a children's game. Unlike last year, I don't need you tagging along anymore, right? Bark. Ahaha, Chocola, amazing, fun. Meanwhile, Chocola was effortlessly bounding down the slope with Mint on his back. At this point, it wasn't just leaping down, it was more like the legendary leap at Ikanotani. I can't do it anymore, Nishan. G-Ness, who had been clinging to my head, gave up and switched to his flight mode, flapping into the air. It's okay. Let's take it slow. Thanks. Karen was carefully making her way down the slope on foot, still holding Mine-Ork-chan. She cut a few corners by zigzagging at the edges, but her steady pace seemed to reassure the timid Mine-Ork-chan. I briefly reflected on how childish we all looked, even though we were adults. But after turning 20 and taking a fresh look at myself, I'd decided to live more honestly with my feelings. If I felt like playing around, why not embrace it? By the time we all made it down to the beach, the lamias were just returning from their fishing trip. Amazing. Yeah, amazing. Karen was awestruck, and I nodded in agreement. Docked on the shore were 6 or 7 small wooden boats, each designed for a single person. These boats were piled high with fish, surrounded by the lamias chatting amongst themselves. They were the same type of boat that Chocola and I had borrowed during the fight against the mutant species last year. Each boat had a distinct design. The rear was carved out in a way that allowed the lamias to grip it like a kickboard, propelling it forward as they swam. The boats doubled as a sort of storage, like the fishing buckets used by traditional amateur divers, to hold their catches. The lamias relied on these boats, their bodies, and their remarkable swimming skills to venture into the sea and carry out this primitive yet efficient style of fishing. The open ocean, vast and untamed, seemed like a realm beyond human reach. And yet, the lamias had ventured into it, conquered its challenges, and returned victorious with their spoils. Their proud expressions, the boats laden high with fish of all shapes and sizes, it was a scene so moving that it sent a shiver through my chest. We hunt too. Though our hunting is on land while theirs is in the sea, the essence of survival is the same. Yet, unlike them, we rely on magic, cheating our way through danger with raw power. It feels less like a battle against nature and more like overwhelming it. The lamias, however, are different. The sea is terrifying. A single moment of carelessness can claim a life. Even if you stay vigilant, the unpredictable nature of the ocean can still bring death crashing down upon you. Yet, they face that fear head-on, wrestle sustenance from the waves, and return to share the joy of survival with those waiting for them on shore. That scene, that atmosphere, those smiles, there was no other way to describe it but beautiful. Suesama, one of the lamias, noticed us and hurried over. We caught so much today. Please, come take a look at our catch. Her delighted expression brought an equally natural smile to my face. Everyone, you're amazing. Great job. It's a big haul. Let's go, Nishan. The young dragon siblings seemed almost proud, as if they'd been part of the effort. Where? Fish. Many. Bark. Yes, please show us. Let's go, everyone. Encouraging Mint and Chocola, and exchanging a nod with Karen, I dashed toward the boats. The briny scent of the sea, mingled with the raw smell of freshly caught fish, hit my nose. It wasn't unpleasant. It was the scent of life itself. Section. This one looks like a type of Spanish mackerel. That's mackerel, this one's sea bream, and over here. Mullet, maybe. The shape's a little different, but I think I've got the gist of it. Do such fish exist in your world as well? Not exactly the same, but this feels closer to Japan than, say, the opposite side of Earth. It's fascinating. Perhaps, at some point in the past, the sea here had experienced a boundary fusion phenomenon and connected to Japan. If my house could be transported to another world, it wasn't unreasonable to think that an entire region might have shifted similarly. This could explain why certain fish species here were eerily familiar, even if they weren't perfect matches. It felt like another puzzle piece in the mystery of this world, one that brought a strange sense of comfort. Sway, look. Shells, a lot. Bark. Bark, bark. Wow, you're right. Could be mussels or oysters. It's hard to tell just by looking at the shells. Still, even these were fascinating in their differences. They might be entirely new species that I didn't recognize, which only added to the intrigue. Whoa, that's a bonito. And it's huge. We call it Shiroka, white-red. This is today's biggest catch. What immediately caught my eye was a gleaming, silver, streamlined fish about 2 meters long sitting prominently atop one of the boats. It was roughly 3 times the size of the bonito found on Earth, but otherwise identical in appearance. A stunning specimen. The lamias called it Shiroka, likely because, despite its silver body, its flesh was a deep red. There's a ton of horse mackerel, Oji, too. Oh, that one has the same name. Hearing me murmur about horse mackerel, one of the lamias looked surprised and confirmed. Really? Is there any special reason for that name in your world? It's one of our staple foods, something we eat all the time. That's why we call it oji. So it's named after being an everyday flavor, right? That's fascinating. In my world, the horse mackerel, or oji, is a species found in warm oceans worldwide. In Japan, it's the most familiar fish on the dinner table. Whether raw as sashimi, grilled, fried, simmered, or dried, it's incredibly versatile and widely consumed. Its Japanese name, however, comes from a different origin. In the country I'm from, we call it oji because it means good taste. Wow, so you lamias also call it oji. That made me strangely happy. While the etymology was different, the sentiment behind the name, that this fish was a familiar, beloved staple, was the same. The lamias began unloading fish from the boats and sorting them. They planned to process some into dried fish or fish sauce, while others would be set aside for immediate consumption. If it's alright, I'd like to try making a few dishes that might suit your tastes. Could I borrow some of the fish for testing? I ran a hand over the knife at my waist, anticipation buzzing in my chest. From the moment we arrived, it had been nothing but fun. And now, I had the perfect excuse to dive into something I loved. Chapter 63.4 The Hateno family prepares fish. The lamias typically eat their meat and fish raw. In the case of fish, they have a particularly astonishing habit of swallowing them whole. They don't usually bother with scaling the fish, and whether or not they remove the internal organs seems to depend on the species. However, they do seem to have their own sense of taste. For instance, with larger fish that can't be swallowed whole, they'll chop them into chunks, but this isn't very popular among them. They dislike the overwhelming smell of blood that comes from this method. For this reason, the large bonitos seemed to be something of a problem for them. If we didn't mind the taste, it would be enough to fill everyone's stomachs, but normally, it would still be considered a valuable catch. However, with today's bountiful haul, thanks in part to their excitement over our visit, the large bonito was being somewhat overlooked. Frankly, there was no way we could eat all the fish, including the bonito, no matter how much effort we put in. But of course, we deeply appreciated their generosity and didn't want to waste anything. In that case, the solution was obvious. Put in the work and find a way to preserve and utilize the fish over several days. Alright, let's do this. I'll give it my best shot. With that declaration, I drew the knife at my waist and stood before the large bonito placed on the dismantling table by the beach. Section. A few minutes later, the Hateno household had gathered around the table at my call, each of them looking excited in their own way. I'm ready. Just say the word, and I'll help with anything. Even I can pitch in, right? I'm looking forward to it. Mint, do best. Bark. Thank you, everyone. As for you, Chocola. Well, you're the official taste tester. Bark. Chocola wagged his tail enthusiastically and sat down obediently. That look on his face, he'd been planning for this all along, hadn't he? Alright, I've come up with 4 dishes to make using this bonito. Katsuo tataki, seared bonito, mirin boshi, mirin marinated dried fish, ararenai, fish head simmered in soy sauce, and shuto, fermented fish innards. The first thing that came to mind was making katsubushi, bonito flakes. Fish flakes would be an incredibly useful ingredient, and here I was with an abundant supply of the raw material. Unfortunately, I didn't know the exact method for making katsubushi, and this bonito was far too large. Even factories in Japan would probably struggle with a fish this size. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the Republic already produced a similar type of dried fish product, which I had arranged to purchase through Grandma. It should arrive by summer, so I could look forward to that. For now, I decided to focus on what I could make. Alright, let's get started. First, Karen, can you handle the water? Keep it flowing steadily. Leave it to me. I chopped off the head, sliced open the belly, and removed the internal organs. For now, I set the organs aside in a basin and began trimming away the hard parts of the fins and scales. The shape-shifting knife, Kanagi, adjusted perfectly to my needs. Its sharpness was unmatched, cutting cleanly through the thick central bone of this massive fish without any trouble. Such impressive technique. Mother murmured in admiration. It feels strange watching the fish get dismantled so methodically. Japanese fish preparation is said to be more meticulous compared to other countries. Though honestly, this is still amateur-level work. Besides, with a fish this large, even I'm struggling a bit. Despite my words, I managed to fillet the fish into 3 clean pieces. Along the way, I carefully removed the bloodlines. Karen thoroughly rinsed the flesh with water while I sprinkled salt over it, wiped off the moisture, and sliced half of it into portions, with the skin left intact. A set of fillets was now ready. It's so big that it feels a bit different than usual. Well, it'll do. I channeled magic through the meat, inspecting it for parasites. After confirming it was safe, I cut off a small piece and offered it to one of the lamia for a taste test. Bark. Kuan. You want some too? Alright, I guess I can spare a little. Katsuo, with its rich umami flavor, was a favorite of Chocola's. I remembered how father used to chuckle and call him a spoiled little rascal whenever he gave him a slice. Here you go. You spoiled rascal. Bark. Chomp. Nom. I tossed a small piece to him, and he caught it perfectly, wagging his tail as he happily chewed. Meanwhile, the lamia who had tasted the slice widened her eyes in surprise. Akashiro can taste this good. I'm glad to hear that. Does this seem like something everyone can enjoy? Yes. Even with a little of the blood's aroma, it's still quite satisfying to eat. I'll teach you how to prepare it later. From what she explained, they usually rinse the fish after chopping it into chunks, but they didn't remove the bloodlines or central bones. While keeping the iron content might be good for health, it's probably what gave the fish an overly strong smell. Anyway, back to cooking. For the portions with skin, I had mother sear them using her flames. I asked her to maintain the temperature while I handled the actual cooking. Ideally, I would have used fire from burning straw for an authentic touch, but it didn't seem like this village had any. The seared fillets, with their aromatic, charred surface, were chilled to complete the preparation for now. Seared and then chilled. It almost feels like I made it myself. What are you talking about? You did make it, mother. Fufu, hearing that makes me happy. Sway, is the inside sashimi? But the surface is seared, so it smells so fragrant. It's meant to be eaten with plenty of condiments. Don't worry, I brought all the ingredients from home, so it's perfect. For Mother and Karen, raw fish was still just a rare delicacy they could appreciate but didn't crave. For me, though, it was the main event. I was planning to eat my fill. Sway, this ready. Mixed all properly. Oh, thanks, Mint. While we worked on the tataki, I had Mint handle the preparation of the seasoning liquid. I had, of course, calculated the proportions myself, and Mother and Karen had been supervising whenever they had a moment, but Mint seemed delighted to have been the one to take the lead. I tasted it to check the flavor. Yeah, this is just right. Great job, Mint. Really. Mufufu. Pleased with herself, Mint rubbed her head against my waist proudly as I patted her and turned my attention to preparing the mirin-marinated katsuo. The seasoning liquid was made by mixing mirin, sake, soy sauce, sugar, and a pinch of salt. Slices of fish, cut to a suitable size, were soaked in the liquid for about 3 hours before being dried. That would complete the process. All right. With the tataki and the preparation for the mirin-marinated fish done, the next step was to deal with the remaining parts, like the head and bones, which could be used for a stew. But before that, there was the matter of the bloody-smelling bucket filled with internal organs. So, these kinds of parts. Does the village usually dispose of them? Yes. The smell is too strong once they're removed, so we either scatter them in the sea or use them as fertilizer in the fields. I see. Then, this might come as a bit of a surprise. The lamia, who had been eagerly observing our cooking, exchanged puzzled looks. Mother and Karen, too, seemed unsure about what I was planning as they turned their gazes to me. Sway, those organs. Yeah, I'm going to cook them. Whether it'll suit your tastes, we won't know until it's done. I lifted the bucket and placed it on the workbench. I knew how to prepare this. When I'd gone searching for ayu the other day, I had looked it up in the study. While I hadn't managed to find any ayu back then, I had come across this recipe on the same page. What I'm about to make is salted katsuo entrails, called shuto. Now that I was 20, It was time to try my hand at creating something that could pair well with alcohol. Chapter 63.5. How about a delicacy? The bodies of the Lamia, known as the Delpune tribe, possess a unique trait. If they don't consume seafood regularly, their health deteriorates. It's severe enough to be life-threatening, which is why the Delpune tribe primarily resides along the coast. I had long suspected that this was due to DHA. Perhaps their required intake of DHA was far higher than that of other human species, and they compensated for it by consuming large amounts of seafood. Ever since that day a year ago, when a mutant appeared in these waters, halting fishing and putting the Lamia's lives at risk, I had been searching for an alternative. Something they could consume in emergencies to supplement their DHA. Dried fish and fish sauce already existed, but they weren't enough. If we could just add one more long-lasting food option, their survival would become much easier. That answer finally came to me when I turned 20 and started paying attention to alcohol. I had been searching for Ayu Yuruka for mother but couldn't find any. Instead, I spotted some magnificent bonito here, and inspiration struck. What about snack for wine, shuto? Section. Wash the entrails thoroughly. But be careful not to rupture the gallbladder. Its bitterness is overpowering, and the bile inside will contaminate the surrounding flesh. Also, scrape away all the blood-rich parts carefully. Using the bonito entrails I had set aside in a bucket, I began preparing the dish. Everyone watched with bated breath. It was no surprise, after all, a dish made solely from fish innards was hardly common. For Karen, mother, and the others, it must have seemed utterly bizarre. Excited. What happens? Bark. Meanwhile, Mint and Chocola's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Well, in Chocola's case, it was probably just a reaction to the lively atmosphere. As for Mint, since she consumed meat underground in her night bud form by breaking it down into nutrients, this sort of thing didn't faze her in the slightest. Make sure to cut open the stomach and intestines properly since they still contain undigested food. Remove the contents thoroughly, rinse them clean, and squeeze out any remaining residue. Once they're spotless, chop everything up lightly, rub it with salt, and let it rest. I'll be speeding up the process with magic this time, but if you're making it normally, you should wait about 30 minutes. Roughly the time it takes to walk to the foot of the mountain from here. Accelerating the process with causal magic, I moved on to the next step. Once the salt rub draws out excess moisture, rinse it until the sliminess is gone, pat it completely dry, and then pack it in salt to ferment and mature. There are many ways to make shuto. Some methods even involve fermenting the stomach contents and blood-rich parts along with the entrails, creating a more intense flavor. Naturally, this makes the taste much stronger, but for those who appreciate fermented foods, the more pungent, the better. The method I chose this time was relatively mild. However, since long-term preservation was the priority, I salted it heavily to prevent spoilage. Next, put it in a jar and store it in a cool, dark place. Shake it once a day to help the fermentation process along. In about 3 weeks, it'll be ready. If stored properly, it won't spoil. On the contrary, the flavor will only deepen over time. Of course, if it's stored incorrectly, that's another story, so be sure to check regularly to make sure it hasn't gone bad. Finishing my explanation, I accelerated the process further, hastening the fermentation and aging. And here's a batch that I finished ahead of time. Looks good. Scooping up a small sample, I tasted it. The rich aroma of bonito and deep umami spread across my tongue, balanced by the saltiness. If you'd like, go ahead and give it a try. I held up the jar, revealing the thick, pinkish paste inside. As expected, or perhaps inevitably, a heavy silence fell over the group. Sway. Is this really edible? You didn't even cook it. Eventually, Karen, looking utterly unconvinced, voiced her doubts. Of course, I trust you. But it has a pretty strong taste. Definitely something people either love or hate. But it's perfectly safe. I even checked with my magic. This is the same thing you told us about before. Yuruka, right? Meanwhile, Mother seemed a bit put off but also somewhat intrigued. In that case, maybe I'll give it a try. If it really pairs well with alcohol. Shuto is written as stealing sake. They say the name comes from how drinking companions find their sake disappearing as they eat it. Mint not like. Mint, who had curiously sniffed the jar, scrunched up her face. Too much salt. It's so salty, it'll make my mouth go all tight. Sorry, Mint. Salted seafood like this is probably too strong for you. Chocola, you shouldn't eat it either, okay? Bark. As expected, my family wasn't too keen on it. I turned to the Lamia ladies instead. Since they were used to swallowing whole fish, including their innards, they didn't seem particularly put off. After all, they already had homemade fish sauce. Yet, despite their apparent interest, they hesitated for some reason. We couldn't possibly partake before everyone else. Ah, so it's out of politeness. This was turning into its own kind of challenge. Wait a sec. You did taste the sliced fish earlier, didn't you? That was because Chocola-sama was the first to partake. You even let the dog go first, huh? So my own taste test didn't count. Yeah, I figured. It was more of a process check than actual eating, after all. Now then, what to do? Karen was too hesitant. Mother was interested but unable to take the plunge. Mint and Chocola couldn't handle the saltiness. The Lamia ladies were holding back out of courtesy. Then, what about Minork-chan and G. Neskuan? They were gone. Those two flew off toward the village earlier. Kids always wander off somewhere. No choice, then. I'd just have to plead with Mother and get her to take the first bite. I was just about to speak up when, suddenly, a savior arrived. Man, I got caught up chatting with G-Liz and the others. Came to check in a little late. Whoa, what a big catch. Impressive. Wait, what exactly are you guys doing? The Japanese Alice-san. Chapter 63.6. First, let it be. Shuto. Wait, you mean that Shuto? From Benito? Whoa, how nostalgic. Suekuan, you can even make something like this. When I explained everything to Alice-san, who had just arrived at the beach, her face lit up. That's a relief. Since it's an acquired taste and more of a drinking snack, I thought maybe you wouldn't be familiar with it, having come here as a middle schooler. Ah. Well, my parents like alcohol. They used to make me eat stuff like this all the time. She sighed, more out of nostalgia than anything else. Then, glancing at Karen and the others, she quickly grasped the situation. I see, everyone's hesitating. All right, as the former Japanese here, I'll take the first step. Taking the spoon from me, Alice-san scooped up a small portion of the thick, pinkish paste from the jar. Ah, yeah. This smell takes me back. She sniffed at it briefly, then, without a moment's hesitation, popped the spoon into her mouth. She chewed, savored it, swallowed. Not bad. You did a good job. She nodded with a beaming smile. So, you made this for the Delpune tribe, right? Since fish is their main staple, having something like this that keeps well must be a big help. Though, I imagine it's a bit of an acquired taste for Vile-san and Karen. But you know, Shuto can be used in all sorts of dishes and tweaked in different ways. Maybe you could start by introducing it that way? Oh, I should have thought of that from the start. Alice-san's words made me realize something. Shuto was, at its core, a type of salted seafood. It wasn't just eaten as is, it could be used as a seasoning or an accent in various dishes. Depending on how it's prepared, the distinct smell could be subdued, leaving only the rich umami behind. And yet, in my eagerness, I had completely overlooked that fact. Blaming it on the setting, the fact that we were cooking on the beach, was just an excuse. The real reason was a simple, self-indulgent desire. I had wanted to show off my cooking to my family, to hand it to them as it was, saying, "Look what I made. What do you think?" Realizing how childish that was, I couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. Pulling myself together, I started thinking, what would pair well with Shuto? Cheese was the obvious choice. Shuto and cheese were a classic combination, one of the first things mentioned in recipe books. And as luck would have it, cheesemaking was a thriving craft in this village. Seriously, I should have just asked for some from the start. I turned to one of the Lamia women and asked her to fetch some cheese. But just as she was about to head up the slope, Wait, sway. Karen stepped forward, standing in front of me. And she wasn't alone. Mother. That's right. I feel the same way as Karen. Karen and Mother stood side by side, reaching out their hands toward me. Then, they spoke. We want to eat it too. No, we will eat it. Ha! But, seeing my hesitation, Karen continued, smiling. For mint and chocola, it's different. Their sense of taste and their bodies just aren't suited for it, so it can't be helped. But for us, it's just because we're scared to try it. A fear of the unknown. We don't want to do that, not to something you made. You cooked this for us, you served it to us, so we want to taste it properly. I see. So they had seen right through me. Just as I had wanted them to experience it as it was, they wanted to experience it as it was too. I felt a small smile tug at the corners of my lips. It's pretty intense if you're not used to it. You sure? We're ready. Same here. I'll be fine. Got it. So, first to Karen. Then to Mother. I held out a spoonful of shuto. Engate. Oh, this is. Karen took a bold bite and blinked rapidly, her eyes darting around in surprise. Mother, who had taken a more cautious approach, winced for just a moment. But they chewed, they savored, they swallowed. And then, both of them smiled. The smell is a little tough for me, but I can tell it's good. The depth of flavor, the umami, I can feel it. I think I could get used to it. The saltiness is overwhelming at first, but Karen's right, it has a deep, layered taste. And I actually like this crunchy texture. They were probably forcing themselves a little. But even so, they put aside their preconceptions, faced it head on, and took the time to truly taste it before giving me their thoughts. I was grateful for that. Now that my family had eaten it, the Lamia people no longer felt the need to hold back and finally joined in. Salty. But the fish flavor is strong. Using parts we usually throw away, and it won't rot either. This will be good for emergencies. You made this with our bodies in mind. What a wonderful food. Thank you so much. One after another, they gave their impressions. Just as I had hoped, they seemed to find it useful. In fact, not only was the taste acceptable, it seemed to be right up their alley. Soon enough, they had gathered around the jar, chatting and laughing. As I let out a relieved sigh, something soft and fluffy rubbed up against my leg. Bark. Ha! What is it, chocola? Wait, don't tell me, you still want more fillets. Bark. Kuan. Sway, we want to try the tataki next. We put seasonings on it, right? Let's get it ready. Will the dried fish be done by tomorrow? We still have to make the stew. Let's hurry up and finish cooking so we can sit down and eat properly. That shuto really did seem perfect as a drinking snack. Vile-sama, it's still morning. Please hold off on the alcohol. Let's keep going. Mint will help too. Surrounded by my family, all talking over one another, all buzzing with excitement. I couldn't help but smile. I straightened my back, nodded with determination, and started giving out orders. All right, let's finish everything up before lunch. We're not just cooking bonito, we've got to prepare the horse mackerel too, so let's pick up the pace. Chapter 63.7. And so, the feast began. In the end, all the cooking and preparations took longer than expected, well past lunchtime. But given the late hour, the bountiful catch, and the festive mood, the village naturally slipped into full-blown celebration. The bonito was served as tataki, simmered in arabani, and even turned into shuto. The mirin-dried fillets wouldn't be ready until tomorrow, but that was something to look forward to. Other dishes included horse mackerel, prepared as sashimi, fried, and even minced into namero. The sea bream was extravagantly encased in a salt crust and roasted. The Spanish mackerel was turned into buttery, soy-glazed meuniere. The smaller fish were chopped up and stewed with root vegetables. Every ounce of skill and effort was poured into the meal, resulting in a menu completely dominated by fish. Despite the sun still hanging high in the sky, people gathered around the food, chatting and laughing, filling the village with a warm and lively atmosphere. Section. First, there was Alice-san, Four Seasons-san, and Color-san, along with the fairy children. Sorry for intruding, but we couldn't pass up a chance to join in. It's been a long time since I've had food like this. Feels nostalgic. I'd almost forgotten. It really does. Especially the simmered fish head. Color has always loved fish eyes since she was little. She used to steal mine all the time. That's embarrassing. Stop it. Mom, the grilled one over here is really good too. Oh my, thank you, Drizzle. Oba-chan, can I try some sashimi too? Do you think I can handle it? I told you to stop calling me that, Bonfire. It's Oni-san. Oh, right. But I don't know why, it just slips out. You too, Peacock. I do it too. If even Peacock does, then everyone probably does. I see. Well, in that case, I suppose I can't fight it. Oba-chan is fine. For the Lamia, who couldn't perceive the fairies, it must have looked like Alice-san was simply eating and drinking alone. But they knew the situation, and surely, if nothing else, they could sense the warmth and happiness surrounding her. Section. The Lamia, too, were enjoying the feast together. Sway-sama, thank you. The children are happily eating this fillet. I'm glad to hear that. Just removing the bloodline makes a big difference, so if you catch a large fish, be sure to try it. Pairing this shuto with fish is good. Very tasty. Shuto works with tuna innards too. Come to think of it, you have fish sauce, but why don't you have shuto? The fermentation times are different, but the process itself isn't all that different. For hishio, we use small fish. Long ago, a human taught us this method, and we've followed it ever since. So, we never thought to use white or red-bellied entrails, nor to eat it partway through the process. I see. So that knowledge came from outsiders. The Lamia were a small ethnic group, scattered across different regions, making each settlement isolated. They likely shared very little in the way of common cultural practices, and their technological development was slow. Lamia children laughed as their mothers fed them sashimi, wriggling excitedly at the delicious taste. Watching them filled my chest with warmth. If something as simple as filleting fish or making shuto could improve their daily lives, if my meddling could contribute even a little to their happiness, I'd be glad. Section. At the highest point of the village, in front of a cave carved into the mountainside, a dragon family was lounging in quiet companionship. How was today, my hatchlings? Humans. Sway's cooking must have been fascinating, wasn't it? Yeah. It was amazing, Ni-chan. That knife. The one called a kitchen knife. Watching fish turn into fillets in an instant was incredible. I was more surprised by everyone's magic. Sway-san, Karen-san, and even Vile-sama. They all used such advanced magic so effortlessly. Hatchlings, look at the Lamia as well. See how happy they are, how much they're enjoying themselves. We must remember to thank him later. Yeah, not just for us, but for the Lamia too. He really helped them out. Yeah, they're part of our precious family too. Hearing them praise me made me a little embarrassed, though I had a feeling they were just using it as an excuse to get excited. Honestly, I used to think there wasn't much I could do for dragons. They had no real need for cooking as a cultural practice. But now I know that's not entirely true. Even if not directly, I can still wield a kitchen knife for their sake. Section. And then, the Hateno family, too, was in high spirits, surrounded by an abundance of fish dishes. Sway, I really like this one, toasted with cheese on bread. It's so good. Karen, having completely overcome her initial hesitation toward shuto, was grinning as she bit into her toast. Sway-kun, come sit with me and have a drink. The food is delicious, and everything is just perfect. Holding a glass of wine, my mother was sampling one dish after another. Vile-sama, pass me some of that tataki. How much garnish do you want? A lot. The more, the better. Mother, Mint wants red fish. This sea bream. All right, here you go. Ah. Ahihi. Ah. Bonito tataki was served with garlic and green onions, drizzled with citrus-infused soy sauce. For the Lamia and Chocola, who didn't need seasoning, the fish was left as simple fillets, but tataki truly shined when paired with its garnishes. The salt-crusted sea bream, despite its appearance, had just the right level of saltiness. The steaming locked in the fish's natural umami, making the flesh tender and juicy. It's been a while since you've had ocean fish too, hasn't it? Tastes good. Bark. Pochi, want some? The grass here has been touched by the sea breeze, so it might have a different flavor. Kururu. Chocola got not only sashimi but also flaked, unsalted grilled fish. For Pochi, I mixed locally grown pasture grass with our own vegetables into a fresh salad. Here you go, Suikuen. Thanks. The drink mother poured for me was the Lamia's fermented milk liquor. The last time I tried a sip, I'd found the flavor quite unique. Surprisingly, it pairs really well with Shuto. It might be a bit too strong for you, though. Want to give it a try? I'm not about to turn into a drunkard overnight, but I'll give it a shot. Smiling teasingly, Mother watched as I shrugged and took a sip. The distinct aroma spread through my mouth, followed by a light fizz and the warmth of alcohol. Next, I picked up a pinch of Shuto. The salty intensity of the preserved bonito innards mingled with the lingering aftertaste of the milk liquor. That's pretty intense. Mother, you actually like this? Oh, absolutely. If you sip it little by little, it becomes addicting. Of course, it's delicious with cheese too, like Karen's doing. I see. I bet it pairs well with wine too. Have you tried that? Not yet. I'll open a bottle a little later. Sitting beside my mother, I took in the sight of my family enjoying themselves. Karen, experimenting with different ways to pair Shuto. Mint, wide-eyed with excitement, torn between all the delicious options. Chocola, happily devouring his fish. Pochi, full and content, curled up in relaxation. This is nice. It really is. The sun had yet to set, and the feast had only just begun. Glittering with liveliness, yet serene as if it could last forever, this moment of happiness would continue on and on. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 64. The forest is peaceful, the smell of the waves. Chapter 64.1. The sun is setting and the waves are lapping. It had been 3 days since we arrived at the Dragon Village. Of course, the feast hadn't lasted for days on end. From the second day onward, we had gone back to a more ordinary routine. But that didn't mean we were simply idle guests. We helped out in the fields, went hunting, and did what we could while staying here. And so, on the third night, under a clear sky, I suddenly decided to take a walk down to the beach. By then, my family was already fast asleep. Except for, you always notice these things, don't you? Bark. Chocola, who had sensed my presence, woke up and quietly followed me. I'm not going to do anything fun, you know. You sure you want to come? Bark. His paws softly crunched against the sand as he barked up at me. In the darkness, his grey and white fur was faintly visible. Is it a new moon? The sky's empty. I looked up and saw a sky full of stars. The ringed moon unique to this world was nowhere to be seen. And so, the stars twinkled even more brightly. Of course, I don't recognize any of the constellations. But there's still a Milky Way. Kuan. Beautiful, no matter which world you're in. I remember doing stargazing back in middle school. It had been a school event, an overnight camp at a youth nature center by the coast. But the whole time, I had been restless, my mind elsewhere. I was worried about father and Chocola back home. It should have been a fun event, spending time with classmates, staring up at the night sky, listening to stories about constellations, taking turns peering through a telescope. And yet, when I look back on it now, the strongest memory that comes to mind isn't any of that. It's the unease, wondering how father and Chocola were doing. What were they doing right now? Was father eating properly? Was Chocola feeling stressed from fewer walks? Even as the teacher told us stories of Greek mythology, my thoughts drifted elsewhere. I was such a peculiar middle schooler. Not exactly naive, but not quite mature either. Too pragmatic, in a way. Or maybe, I just cared too much about my family. It had always been that way. When my friends complained about their parents, I would just smile awkwardly and stay quiet. Because I had no complaints. There was nothing to resent about the person who had raised me single-handedly. Even if I had ever felt lonely, it had never turned into dissatisfaction. My allowance is too small. Do you really need that much money? They keep nagging me to study. I want to get a good job and make life easier for father. They interfere in my private life. Isn't that just because they care? They act all high and mighty just because they provide for me. My father's never been like that. Without ever going through much of a rebellious phase, I let those words from my peers pass me by, as if they had nothing to do with me. Looking back now, I think I get it. Deep down, I was probably, unconsciously, bothered by it. Being separated from my family. Kun. I sat down on the sand and looked up at the sky. Chocola sat beside me, nuzzling her face against me. And so, I spoke. Not to anyone in particular, just voicing my thoughts, as if talking to Chocola. Was it guilt for causing the boundary fusion phenomenon? Was it a sense of duty, thinking that if mother wasn't there, I had to be the one to support father? No, that's not it. It was more like a sense of camaraderie, the emptiness, the void left behind by being separated from mother and Karen. Father, Chocola, and I, we were all companions in loneliness. That's why I didn't want to act childish. That's why I didn't want to rely on anyone. That's why I wanted to be the one offering support. That's why I wanted to be seen as an equal. That's why I wanted to grow up faster. Even after coming back here, I felt the same way. I wanted to show mother and Karen that I'd grown into someone capable. That even while we were apart, I managed to stand on my own. That I was able to support father and you properly. But a year has passed since I returned to this world. I had found my footing here. I had gained confidence that I could lead my family forward. And now that I'd turned 20, as I reflected on everything, on what it meant to be an adult, for some reason, the childish part of me started surfacing again. Suddenly, I'd get the urge to fool around like a kid. Or I'd expect my family to appreciate the meals I made, without even considering their preferences. Logically, I should be more self-disciplined now that I've turned 20. I should carry myself as an adult, hold myself to that standard. And yet, I started thinking, maybe it's okay, even if I act a little childish, even if I indulge in a bit of immaturity. Maybe it's not such a bad thing to show that side of myself to my family. Thinking about it, even when I was over there, I didn't have to force myself to grow up. I could have let myself rely on them. I didn't always have to be the one offering support. I misunderstood what it meant to be equals. Because we're family. Because we're a parent and child. I wonder what father thought. About me, acting all grown up, not behaving like a kid, never leaning on him, always being careful. Did he feel reassured? Or did it make him feel lonely? There's no way to know now. And there's no point in dwelling on regrets. Bark. Bark bark. What? Kun. Whoa, what's up? Just as I was lost in thought, Chocola suddenly started licking my cheek. I don't really mind it, but it always leaves me covered in drool, which is a pain to clean up later. What's with you, acting all clingy out of nowhere? Wait. I let out a wry chuckle, then suddenly realized something. Oh, I see. That's what you're doing. Kun. He's not the one being needy. It's the other way around. He's telling me. You're telling me it's okay to rely on you, aren't you? That I can lean on you. Bark. I look into Chocola's eyes. Clear and unwavering. A quiet light shining in the darkness. Gentle, dependable. When I was little, I was always clinging to him, wasn't I? We did everything together. I was practically his little brother. Even after we both grew up, that dynamic never really changed in his mind. Maybe you and father both had me figured out all along. Bark. Even when I was acting mature, trying to seem composed. In the end, it was just a kid's way of thinking. I was probably being spoiled in my own way, without even realizing it. Bark. Chocola jumps on me, tail wagging. I let myself fall back with the momentum, lying on the sand as I gaze up at the stars. A sky full of stars. Their unfamiliar constellations shimmering, grand and beautiful. I can count on one hand the times I looked at the stars on Earth with father. And in this world, I never got the chance at all. But I'm sure father has looked up at these same stars. He was 18 when he was transported here, just like me, caught between being an adult and a child, staring up at a sparkling night sky with that same hazy feeling. I've still got a long way to go before I'm really an adult. Bark. Until then, I'm counting on you, Chocola. Bark. As my brother enthusiastically licks my face, I reach up and ruffle his fur, scratching at his neck. Chapter 64.2 The Rising Sun and the Pasture Breeze. The pasture, stretching across the mountain slopes, carried the sea breeze drifting up from the ocean. The grass, nourished by the mineral-rich air, was said to be excellent for livestock. Maybe that's why. Pochi had been in high spirits ever since we arrived, happily munching away at the grass. Could it be that you like this grass better than the one back home? Kyuru? I stroked Pochi's cheek as I asked, but he only tilted his head in confusion. Well, the grass at home has more magic power in it, so it's not really a fair comparison. Kyu. His eyes narrowed contentedly as he chewed away. It was a peaceful afternoon. Our stay in the dragon's village was coming to an end. Tomorrow, we'd be heading home. So this is where you were, Suicune. Bark. As I lounged beside Pochi, Mother approached, leading Chocola along. Where's Karen? She went with Mint to chop some wood. The Lamias said they needed more materials. I see. That'll probably be our last task before leaving. That's right. When they bring the logs back, could you process them into lumber? Of course. Mother gently stroked Pochi's side before settling down beside me. She gazed out over the pasture and murmured, "There are so many different kinds of livestock here, and quite a lot of them. Cows, sheep, goats. When they first arrived, there weren't nearly as many. The Lamia had fled here from the west. Their original settlement had been at the northern edge of the Void Forest, near the coast. But one day, a group of men, Naga from beyond the forest, chased them out. Forced to flee, they circled around the northern side of the forest until they reached this land. I heard their old settlement was completely destroyed. Yeah. G-Liz found it when he went to plant the monitoring devices at the end of the year. Back then, I had been busy setting up the system to manage the devices, so I only heard about it recently, almost in passing, as casual conversation. The men who had driven them out had demanded they bear children as their mates, or leave. Those who refused had no choice but to flee. And the ones who stayed, all that remained of their old home was devastation. Everything had been reduced to ruins, and scattered among the wreckage were the mutilated corpses of a few who had remained behind. It was probably that chimera that attacked the settlement. Judging from the residual magic power and the state of the destroyed houses, G-Liz had made that guess. I have mixed feelings about it. Stroking Pochi's cheek and gazing out at the ocean from the pasture, I spoke to Mother. The Nagas did terrible things to the Lamias here. They took over their hunting grounds, tried to rule over them with force, and when they refused to submit, they drove them out. They were awful people. But still, that doesn't mean I feel good about their downfall. If you do something terrible, you should face the consequences. And yet, to be wiped out by a rare species, a demon king, felt too cruel, too senseless. G-Liz had looked sorrowful as well. If my wings had reached them in time, maybe this tragedy could have been avoided, he had muttered. The dragon race never actively protected the Delpune. Because they revered dragons as their forebears, the dragons treated them amicably when they crossed paths, and if they sought help, they would be given protection. But it was never a duty or a contract, it was not a system of governance. G-Liz bore no responsibility for a settlement he had never even known existed. And yet, if he had seen them, he surely would have intervened. He would have scolded the Nagas for their tyranny, corrected them, and guided them back to the right path. But on the other hand, could the Lamias under G-Liz's protection in this village be considered truly safe? Senseless death. The threat of nature. It was always lurking just nearby. In the past year, since we first arrived here, 3 Lamias have died. All of them were accidents during fishing. Life in this village seemed tranquil, peaceful, and unhurried. But beneath the surface, their lives were a constant battle for survival. Tragedy was inevitable. And they carried on by wrapping both life and death in the calm, serene air of this place, always moving forward. It was the same in our second home, Sidera. As I gazed at the vast ocean, feeling the weight of it all, Mother let out a quiet chuckle behind me. Then, standing up, she ruffled my hair and spoke. We're strong. Strong enough to push back against all the injustices of this world. Our family, no one, nothing can defeat us. And together, we can overcome anything. But, Suekuen. Her voice turned slightly firm, not to scold, but to guide. To make sure I understood. That doesn't mean we can save the world from every crisis with our own hands. Of course, if we can help, we should. If we can reach out and grasp something, we should try. Just like you always have. Everything I've done up until now. Rescuing Birdsan and the others when they were attacked by a bicorn. Defeating the serpent turtle shark that threatened these seas. Helping Noah with his worries. Healing Mint's attribute conflict. Setting Colorsan free, protecting Dolcesan, installing the observation devices in Void Forest, and defeating the Demon King sealed away in Alfheim. Even with all that, there were still things beyond my reach. And more than anything, the Lamias who passed away lived with pride. They knew the risks, yet they still set out to sea to survive. Mourn their loss, yes, but to regret their choices from the outside would be arrogant. Yeah, you're right. Everyone is alive. Just like us, they're trying to survive. As I nodded, Mother gently wrapped her arms around my back. Still, Suekuen, you're a kind child, so you tend to overthink things. But in the end, just do what you want. I'll always be watching over you. And your father, he believes in you too. So keep following your heart. Yeah. Thanks, Mother. I placed my hand over the warmth embracing me and nodded. Then, I turned my gaze back to the sea. The Lamias should be returning from their fishing trip soon. I'll go check on them. Bark. Oh, you wanna come too? Alright then, race you to the shore. Bark. Waving back at Mother, I took off running with Chocola at my side. The sea breeze was warm, and with every step on the grass, I could feel the strength of life pulsing beneath me. Chapter 64.3, Heading Home After Vacation. And so, the day to return home arrived. We loaded the lizard carriage with plenty of souvenirs and set off, seeing off G. Liz's family and the Lamias. Thank you for everything. We really appreciate it. Yeah. Come visit again. Or perhaps, it's our turn to visit next. You're always welcome. Mint would be happy too. Ara, then why don't you stay behind for once? I'll take the little ones and pay you a visit instead. That's... Well, I suppose that wouldn't be so bad. G. Liz and Mina laughed, exchanging playful banter. Mint, say hi to Alice Nietzsche and the fairies for us. Let's play again soon. You. Was fun, thank you. Bark. The young dragons clung to Mint and Chocola, reluctant to part. Truly, thank you so much. You taught us so many new dishes. I'm glad I could help. If you ever have any questions or need advice while cooking, feel free to ask through G-Liz. As I waved off the bowing Lamia, I made sure to remind them. Alright then, let's go. Pochi, we're counting on you. Kururu. Once everyone had finished their farewells, Mother flicked the reins from the driver's seat, and with a sharp whinny from Pochi, we left the dragon village behind. We descended the mountain and entered the forest. We had stayed for about a week, eating fish almost every day, cooking all kinds of meals, playing, relaxing. It was a carefree, easygoing time. If I had to sum it up, vacation would be the perfect word. I felt a little sad to leave but also eager to be home. It's the same feeling I always get after a long stay somewhere. But, hey, Sway, can I grill the dried fish tonight? I want to try it. Let's wait until we get home. The smell's pretty strong. It might attract beasts. Ara, if they do come, it'll just save us the trouble of hunting, won't it? Mother, you always think like that. Sway, smells sweet over there. Probably fruit. Oh, then let's go check it out. Chocola, what about you? Qua. FSSH. Not interested. Actually, you look half asleep. Alright, Mint, Let's go together. You. Between leaving a place we'd grown fond of and arriving home, there was the journey. With all the chatter and lively banter along the way, there wasn't much time to dwell on either longing or nostalgia. It was better to simply enjoy the ride. Section. And so, just like on the way there, we spent 3 days traveling back home. Having made the trip to the Dragon Village multiple times now, at first, I had thought, at this rate, a proper path might form. But nature was far stronger than I had anticipated. Each time we passed, the vegetation would regrow, erasing any traces of wheel ruts. In the end, we still had to rely on a combination of direction, topography, familiarity with the land, and global, G, positioning, P, magic, M, to navigate. And so, 3 days later, we're home, Father, Bark. Mint and Chocola, still riding on Pochi, were the first to dash through the gate, heading straight to greet Father's gravestone. Following behind, Pochi pulled the lizard-drawn carriage into the yard, and we finally arrived back at our house. Oh, welcome home. I had a feeling it'd be about now, so I came to check. And what do you know, right on time, Alice-san. That's kinda unfair. Ha ha ha, well, I've been busy running around too, so cut me some slack. It was Alice-san who greeted us. Even back in the Dragon Village, she came and went as she pleased, popping in and out at random. And now, she was already here waiting for us the moment we got back home. Seriously, she's impossible to pin down. You brought back some mirin-dried fish, right? We were hoping to get in on that feast. Of course. We made sure to bring enough for everyone, including you guys. The village's bountiful fishing had continued throughout our stay. Or rather, the Lamia had been extra enthusiastic about fishing for our sake. Thanks to that, we ended up with a generous share of dried fish, salted entrails, dried shellfish, kelp, and all sorts of other seafood. I wish we could have paid them properly, though. There wasn't much choice. Even if we gave them Sork's Kingdom's currency, they wouldn't have any use for it. But yeah, it'd be nice if we could find a better way to repay them. As Karen pointed out, figuring out how to compensate them for the seafood was a bit of a dilemma. Of course, we always brought deep forest game meat as a gift, and this time in particular, they insisted that just teaching us how to make salted entrails was more than enough in return. But after last year's battle against the mutant and our connection to G-Liz, they had begun treating us with a degree of deference, almost like they saw us as their superiors. And honestly, that was an uncomfortable feeling. Seafood was the lifeline of the Lamia. No matter how much of it they caught in excess, we were still receiving a portion of their hard-earned supply. If nothing else, I wanted our exchanges to be on equal footing. This was something I'd have to think about moving forward. While keeping an excited Alice-san on standby, we unloaded the luggage from the lizard carriage. The mirin-dried fish needed to be eaten relatively soon, but the other items had a long shelf life and could be stored in the pantry. Next, we had to heat the bath and wash off the grime from our travels, though that could wait until after dinner. The sun was still high in the sky, just before noon. Since we had made it home just in time, I decided to prepare lunch. And of course, the main dish would be none other than mirin-dried bonito and horse mackerel. Suekuan, I've finished dealing with the lizard carriage. Anything else that needs doing? Thanks, Mother. Could you bring some charcoal? After Mother returned the wagon to the stable, I asked her for one more favor while turning my gaze toward the storage room. Oh, right. Alice-san, I haven't shown you this yet, have I? R.A. What? What is it? Something fun? I've been thinking for a while now, grilling fish is kinda inconvenient, isn't it? Using an outdoor stove, like we did last time, was an option, but it was bulky and not the most practical. Especially for something like mirin-dried fish. When grilled over direct fire, the smoky aroma and ambience become part of the flavor. That's why, since the start of the year, I had been consulting Grandma Seralind and Novium-san. Apparently, something similar existed in the Empire, so they arranged to have one sent over. When I visited Sidera recently, I brought it back with me. Now that we had mirin-dried fish, it was finally time to put it to use. I think a transmigrator from Japan must have introduced it at some point. The shape and structure are nearly identical. It's not made of diatomaceous earth, though they use the outer shell of a demon beast instead. I lifted the object from the storage room. It was slightly larger than its Japanese counterpart, but shared the same bucket-like silhouette. Alice-san immediately seemed to recognize it. Wait, isn't that for real? Nope. Even in the Empire, it has the same name. A Shichirin. Alright, let's take our time grilling the mirin-dried fish on this today. Chapter 64.4, Surrounded by the Scent of the Sea. There are various theories about the origin of the name Shichirin. Some say it comes from the idea that it can be used with Shichirin worth of charcoal, referring to an old currency unit. Others claim it's because it requires Shichirin worth of charcoal by weight. Why exactly Shichirin turned into Shichirin written with different kanji, I have no idea. To be honest, I just don't have that kind of knowledge. Whoa, the size is unfamiliar, but this is definitely a Shichirin. Alice-san watched with fascination as I placed charcoal inside and started the fire. Right. But the material is different. Yeah, this really feels like another world. Though, I guess to us, Japan is the other world now. In Japan, Shichirin are made from diatomaceous earth. This material is highly heat-resistant and offers excellent insulation. Meanwhile, in this world, they use the shells of giant crab-like monsters. Vile-sama, do you know which monster they used for this? Karen asked, and Mother responded. It's an imported product from the Empire, and it's fire-resistant. Most likely lava crabs. They live in the volcanic regions west of the Empire. Their shells are so heat-resistant they can bathe in magma without issue. They're thick and highly resistant to heat, but weak against strong impacts. Diatomaceous earth is kind of like that too. I bet you could mine it somewhere in this world as well. Or maybe people are already using it somewhere without me knowing. The defining feature of a Shichirin is its structure. Its bucket-like body is made of insulating material. The top rim has grooves carved into it, and the bottom features a double-layered design with ventilation holes on the outer side. This ensures proper airflow, allowing food to be grilled on the wire mesh while keeping the fire burning efficiently. The familiar sight of fanning the fire with a paper fan. Though, in this case, Karen was using magic to send bursts of wind instead. The embers might fly, so be careful, Mint and Chocola. Red stuff. Pretty. Bark. Mint watched the fire-starting process from a slight distance, fascinated, while Chocola sat beside her, his eyes tracking the flying embers. Yeah, he's definitely following the sparks with his eyes. Sorry, but they're not food. Once the charcoal was burning steadily, we began grilling the dried fish. Bonito and horse mackerel. Mirin-dried, sun-dried, and overnight dried varieties. The aroma of charcoal and sizzling fish filled the air, drifting through the garden along with the wisps of smoke. Mint's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where? It smells like the sea. The scent of the sea. Yeah, especially the overnight dried fish. It reminds me of the dragon's village. This smell like sea. This smell like sun. And this smells like sea and sun. So the sun-dried fish carries the scent of sunlight, while the mirin-dried fish smells like sun mixed with the sea. Mint, you're really good at describing things. You all look yummy. When the food was ready, I brought out freshly steamed rice, miso soup, and pickles to the garden. We also called over Alice-san, Four Seasons-san, and the fairy family, setting up chairs around the tree stump table. Then, together, we clasped our hands and said, "Itadakimasu." Ah, this brings back so many memories. Four Seasons, color, do you remember? Rather than nostalgic, I find it comforting. I remember. I always loved fish. Alice-san, Four Seasons-san, and Color-san all smiled as they flaked apart their grilled horse mackerel with their chopsticks. Mom, feed me. You're such a spoiled child, Drizzle. Then I'll have Dad feed me. And me too. Hey now, Bonfire, Hanaikada, take turns. Fut, you're all such kids. We're different, though. Here, Auntie, open up. Wait, I haven't picked off the fish meat yet. Oh, so Peacock and Hanaikada are feeding me today? The fairy children chattered away happily, their laughter blending with the lively atmosphere of our meal. Of course, our own family was just the same. The sweetness of the mirin blends perfectly with the flavor of the horse mackerel. and the aroma of sesame makes it even more delicious. I can't stop eating. Mother, Mint sprinkled sesame seed. Mint is officially our family's sesame master. Mufu. The overnight dried fish turned out great, too. Thanks to Mother keeping them chilled during the trip. Oh my, thank you. Even though it's dried fish, it's still moist and fluffy, almost like freshly grilled fish. Like this one, the sun one. Oh, that one's a bit tougher. Maybe your teeth and jaw are getting stronger. More chew, more tasty. Just like Chocola. Gaff. Gaff. Waff. Chocola, happily gnawing on a deer antler, tilted his head when he was called. Lunchtime was also his snack time. You really love that thing, don't you? Think our stock will last until autumn? Bark. With the ever-relaxed Chocola at my feet, our lively meal continued. Grilled horse mackerel, rice, miso soup, and pickles. This is the essence of a traditional Japanese meal. I never imagined I'd be able to eat something like this after coming back here. Washaku. That's the cuisine from your birthplace, right, Dad? Yeah. I mean, in Japan, curry rice and Hamburg steak are also considered part of washaku since they're so familiar. But when you think of traditional Japanese food, it's meals like this. It makes me happy. The fact that Suekuin is making the food that he used to eat over there. Just like your father did. Mother reminisced about father for a moment. Sway, miso, another. Oh, got it. How much miso do you want in it? Since we fish, not much. All right. Here you go. Mint's growing appetite was something to behold. I'll save some grilled mackerel for your dinner, Chocola. I'll mix a little into your porridge. Gafu gafu. War. Still more interested in that antler. Bark. I ruffled Chocola's back, watching him contentedly chew. Sway, this dried fish has a much stronger flavor than the sashimi we ate before. Why? When you dry fish, the moisture evaporates, concentrating the umami. It's the same reason dried mushrooms have a richer taste. Oh, like kombu. Exactly. And the shellfish we brought back, too. I'll use them in a dish soon. Karen and I casually chatted about dried foods as we ate. Speaking of dried foods, I wish I knew how to make fish flakes. It's frustrating not knowing the process. If they could produce them in the dragon's village, I wouldn't have to import them. The talk of concentrated umami brought up an old regret. Mint had mentioned earlier that dried fish had the scent of the sea. But this meal, this table, held the scent of Japan. Not in a nostalgic way, but as a flavor we could recreate anytime. And that, for us, was something truly precious. Chapter 64.5, A Gentle, Yet Unusual Night. The sun had long set. Dinner was over. A warm bath had washed away the fatigue of travel. And now, night had fully settled in. After spending 3 days traveling each way and a full week in the dragon's village, we had been gone for nearly 2 weeks. Now that we were finally home, there was a sense of both liberation and quiet comfort that was hard to describe. Feels like I'll be able to sleep soundly tonight. Sinking into the living room sofa, I stretched my bath-warmed body and murmured to myself. Bark. Yawn. You feeling fresh now? Kyun. Freshly bathed, Chocola smelled wonderful, his fur soft and clean. But he didn't seem pleased about it, curling up with a sulky look and turning his head away. Come on. You know you had to be washed. You'd just keep getting dirtier otherwise. FSH. Still, Chocola really trusts you, Sway. He won't let any of us bathe him. Karen, wearing a faint smile, sat down beside me. Come here. Bark. At her call, Chocola perked up and hopped onto her lap, resting his front paws on her legs as he began to playfully nuzzle her. Good boy. And yet, after sulking at me, he goes straight to you for attention. Bark. Kyun. For a while, Chocola wagged his tail as Karen gently stroked his fur. Then, Chocola, Pochi's in the stable now. Bark. Warn. Mother had opened the living room door, calling out to him. Thanks for taking care of Pochi, Mother. He worked hard these past few days. But it seems like he got some good exercise out of it. Kuan. Chocola turned his nose toward me. I gave his head a pat, and he then did the same with Karen and Mother before trotting off. He was heading to the stable, where he would spend the night with Pochi. See you tomorrow. Sleep well, Chocola. Wharf. Since I was already at the entrance, I took a detour to check on Mint, who was curled up in the garden's corner, nestled within her petals. It wasn't quite the way a normal child would sleep, but it was a beautiful and dignified sight, filling me with a sense of quiet peace. It's a little earlier than usual, but since we just got back, maybe I should turn in soon. Sitting back down on the sofa, I let out a deep breath. Despite the bath's warmth melting away most of my exhaustion, I could still feel the fatigue lingering in my body. It seemed that no matter how much I relaxed, nothing reset quite like a good night's sleep in my own bed. And then, just as I murmured my thoughts, Karen, seated beside me, wore an expression that suggested she felt the same way. And behind her, Mother had appeared at some point, a mischievous smile on her lips, and in both hands, a bottle of liquor and 2 wine glasses. Already heading to bed? Then, how about just 1 drink before that? Section. I see. A nightcap. So this is another kind of evening drink. The wine poured into my glass was just a small amount, and there were no snacks to go with it. It was likely meant to help us ease into sleep, a quiet moment of togetherness before bed. When I thought of drinking at night, what came to mind was the occasional beer my father had with dinner. Since returning home, I had often seen my mother enjoying wine in much the same way. But, back when you two weren't born yet, every now and then, your father and I would drink like this. After completing a big request, or on the night we returned from a long journey. Holding her glass in one hand, Mother spoke with a nostalgic smile. But after we took in Karen, we stopped doing it entirely. Why? Partly because we didn't travel as much anymore. But raising a baby is a battle. A baby sleeps, wakes, and cries without regard for day or night. There's never a moment to truly rest. We were always scrambling to respond, never knowing when would be needed next. There wasn't any time to sit down and have a drink. I'm sorry. I don't remember any of that, though. It wasn't something to feel bad about. If anything, it made me happy to share in the struggles that Louis and Exia had gone through before me. She pulled Karen close and placed a kiss on her hair. And then, before long, I was carrying Suekuan. Of course, I couldn't drink while I was pregnant. I thought I'd be fine since I'd already been through it with Karen, but Suekuan had terrible night cries. He was usually calm, sleeping peacefully, and in the daytime, he was all smiles. But once night fell, he would cry and cry without stopping. Before long, Karen would start crying too, caught up in the moment. Sorry about that. I don't remember any of it, though. The more trouble you gave us, the more precious you became. Both to me and to Kazukuan. Next, she reached out and held me the same way. Even when you and Karen were past the age of needing constant care, we never really went back to our old habits. Spending time alone together seemed less important than watching over you two as you slept. I didn't want to waste even a second of it by being drunk. With her lips still curved into a gentle arc, Mother gazed into the distance. There were things in her heart that she would never fully lay bare to us. They were precious memories shared only between her and Father, moments just for them as husband and wife. So, we simply swirled the deep red liquid in our glasses. Then this is exactly like those nights, isn't it? Coming home from a long journey, taking a moment to unwind before heading to bed. Yes, that's right. I took in the scent of the wine, a soft, soothing sweetness that eased away the weariness, a warmth that wrapped around me, gently leading me towards sleep. Suekuan, Karen, you've both done well on this long journey. Viol-sama, Sway. Good work, both of you. Mother lifted her glass slightly. Karen followed suit. I looked between the two of them and nodded. Mother, Karen. Thank you for everything. The wine I swallowed carried the taste of the night. Tonight, I will surely sleep soundly. That concludes Volume 11, Gentle Days Go By. This was a volume depicting peaceful, uneventful days. However, now that Sway has turned 20, perhaps his way of seeing the world, the way he carries himself, has changed just a little. Next up is Volume 12, That Which is Inherited. The peaceful days continue, but perhaps a small disturbance is on the horizon. End of Volume 11.